hosts us. So, Professor, please, I will now move a bit this screen, but you know, it's what we have. So
no problem. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are in the Academy of Sciences of Lithuania, and on behalf of Juras Banys, President of the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences, I would like to congratulate the participants of this workshop and wish you a fruitful discussions. Lithuanian Academy of Sciences brings together Lithuanians' most distinguished scientists, and the technical division, which I head, focuses on energy issues too. And we have energy section headed by Professor Algirdas Kaletka, who is from Kaunas, from Institute of Energy. And this event that we have today is not only one dedicated to energy. We're planning this year, we're planning several more conferences and seminars on current energy issues. And on June, for example, we will have a conference, New Trends in Nuclear Reactors, Small Modular Reactors, Experience of Leading Countries and Developers. After 1 month, this conference will be here. Of course, we appreciate the initiative of the European Energy Research Alliance, SUPEERA and PANTERA, to co-organize this workshop. And Lithuania is actively working toward the success of the energy transition objectives and implementation of declared policies for achieving the low carbon economy. And we also appreciate and welcome by us SUPEERA and PANTERA efforts. So once again, I wish you the best of luck in today's workshop, and I am glad that we are here together. Thank you, and have a success meeting.
So thank you, Professor Zemida, for these kind words. Now I will open the conference here. Please, you can sit over there. The conference together with the Professor Timiu from the University of Cyprus. Just a few words from my side. So, as many of you know, I'm presenting European Energy Research Alliance, the largest low-carbon research community in Europe. And this is the last workshop on the so-called widening, so how to bring closer the European 30 countries to the process of clean energy transition. We started 2 years ago, but due to the pandemic, we organized many webinars. And last year, finally, we were able to kick off with the physical meetings, which are very, very important. Webinars are fine, but, you know, creating networks and talk in person, it's way more efficient than just organizing the webinars. Last year, we held the first workshop in Riga, and I'm happy that also we are closing this series of 10 workshops in the 10 European Eastern European countries, also in the Baltic countries here in Vilnius. So thank you very much for Academy of Science for hosting us. And thank you for many people that are in this room. It's a pity that the people online cannot see how many are we here, but maybe after the first coffee break, we'll be able to readjust a bit the video. Now I'm leaving also the welcome word to Professor Timiu from the University of Cyprus as coordinator of PANTERA, a co-organizer of this event, and I'll turn on the computer. It's wait, what we're doing. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And I think even we should take also a picture of everybody before we lose some. For the first break, we make sure that we have everybody recorded and make sure that we have everybody to remember, because we are here in Lithuania, here in Vilnius, and we are very happy to be here. I come from Cyprus, the research center FOSS of the University of Cyprus. We are coordinating the PANTERA project, and we have put it together in order to work for you. In other words, we would like to generate in you the interest to come nearer to research and innovation, because we know that through research and innovation, our countries, the low activity countries as we call them in Europe, can benefit. And bringing youth nearer to the activities that the rest of Europe is doing in achieving the energy transition objectives and strategy is something that will help the countries, our countries, to benefit more out of this transition process. That's why we are very happy and glad to be here and to see so many around the table. And I know it's not only the number, it's also who you represent. And I think this is of critical importance in this process, because we would like you to take a lead in your country and work with us. We have tried, and we are going to talk today, what we have tried and what we have generated to support this process. We have generated ERI platform that we would like you to be active on that, but we will say a lot more later on today and during the breaks in order to make sure that you get the message out of this that is going to be helpful for today's understanding and the sharing of experience and sharing of interest and support, but also for future activities for you to benefit. Thank you very much for having us here, and let's hope that today is fruitful as we consider it will be for you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Venizelos, for integrating this welcome note. So now we will start with the proper presentations. As we have been saying, everything it's here, it's about how to bring closer research community of European 30 countries, let's say to the countries that have been part of the European Union since 53 and 57, so which have made a certain progress, and there's still much to be done in the European 13 countries. Now I will move slides here. The mouse is over there, so can you please, yes, thank you very much. Voila. So the first presentation, it's from my side. It's to mobilization of European 30 national public research resources in the clean energy transition process. So we are talking about R&I in clean energy transition process. Which are the challenges and opportunities? I would like to start with just displaying a quickly agenda. We have two main sessions, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. For the people online, you need to be reminded in Vilnius, we are in the Eastern European time, not Central European time. So you should adjust yourself accordingly to this agenda, which reflects Vilnius. So we will have a bit on, the SUPEERA project that organized this workshop, followed by the panel discussion that will see the permanent research attaché from Perm Rep of Lithuania in Brussels. Then we will have also advisor of the innovation group of Ministry of Energy to the Republic of Lithuania, and then also the head of Lithuanian RDI liaison office in Brussels. After the coffee break, we will have again a bit of R&I opportunities for collaboration and funding. We will go to the Horizon Europe, but also we will talk about the Norwegian EAA grants, which is Economic Area Association grants, and also European Innovation Council from European, which is actually part of the European Commission. And that will follow also the nice discussion with the advisor of the Technology Innovation Unit for Ministry of Science, head of NECP, which is very, very important, and followed by Department Director at Business Economy, Environment and Economy of Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. After the nice lunch break, we will have PANTERA session completely dedicated to PANTERA, which means that my colleague will tell us more into detail. And what is very clear important, we'll talk about the IRI platform in support of their ecosystem, which helps structurally to bring you closer and also other colleagues, your peers in European 30 countries to the clean energy transition. Now I see that we are very well on time. I will start with my presentation, which is starting talking about ERA, because SUPEERA, it's a project, ERA, it's association that leads, that coordinates this one. I here with my colleague, we represent the key player in the European Union Strategic Energy Technology Plan, so-called the SET plan. The SET plan, it's why we are here. It's a normative framework from 2008, I will show you later, that defines the priorities for all the technologies concerning the energy transition, which means from wind to geothermal, but also aspects of transition. And for this reason, we are the largest low carbon energy research community. We have more than 50,000 members, individuals working in the process of the transition, which are part of 250 public research centers and universities across Europe. And we are covering, actually, this is a bit old number, 32 countries, which means all European Union plus associated countries such as Norway, Turkey, Iceland, and we have also United Kingdom and Switzerland as our members. So we are 32 countries present. As I was saying, we support the energy transition, and we are doing this by covering 3 thematic areas through 18 joint programs. We are working on materials such as nuclear materials and advanced materials, low carbon technologies, 10 of them. I will not count of them, but you can imagine photovoltaic, CSP, geothermal, and so on. And systemic research area such as smart grids, smart cities, and social science and humanities in the process of transition. SUPEERA, the project that brings us all together today here, it stands for the support to the coordination of national research and innovation program in areas of activity of European Energy Research Alliance. It's quite a complex and a complicated name, but you know, this, when you work for projects, this is what you get. And it's everything about supporting the SET plan in that clean transition. What we do there, we support research community in execution of the plan, also by the widening process, so about going in European 30 countries. We also try to facilitate discussion between the R&I and industry, and we will have one point of this also today. We provide recommendation policy for both researchers, but also for European Commission. And finally, we promote the SET plan and the clean energy transition process. European Energy Research Alliance is the only beneficiary, but we are very well teamed up by 5 partners, which is KIT from Germany, CA from France, SIMPE from Norway, and they are here present, DTU from Denmark, and VTT from Finland. Now, to talk about, you know, to put in the context the energy transition, we need to take care of the new European world context, which I try to, you know, to summarize in this quite schematic way. Even there are many things to be said about it. You know, we have a war in Ukraine. We have an energy crisis, which is, let's say, since 3 years ago. But what drives the new this European/world context are 2 main forces. We have actually the real war, which is, you know, the territorial war, but we also have a climate war, emergency war. So if you look on the left side, we are pretty much witnessing the new geopolitical order, which actually it's a bit old one. We have reaffirming of all the way of projecting power, which also calls European Union to act and react, mainly when it comes to its strategic autonomy. To do that, European Union has to think about its new energy paradigm. We cannot anymore depend so heavily from the different countries when it comes to fossil fuels, but also we cannot depend from other countries when it comes to critical raw materials. So we are really in the real energy crisis emergency, which is somehow permanent for the last 3 years. And let's see what news we'll have and what actually with the European Commission together with member states, with what kind of strategy we will overcome these aspects. On the right side, instead, we have, because of the crisis, which is climate, but which is also geopolitical crisis, we have increasing emissions, which are mainly due to the fact that we have a strong rebound of the fossil fuels. We all know that starting with Germany, but also with other countries, to overcome energy crisis, there have been a huge amount of investment in subsidies in the fossil fuels. This will bring us to the almost inevitable fact that we'll go beyond 1.5 degrees, and most probably will reach 2 degrees by the end of the, or 3 degrees by the end of the century, which not only will not be, again, will not satisfy political goal, but will provoke huge humanitarian crisis. And I just put here a number. It's a foreseen that European will be subject, and the northern part of the northern hemisphere will be subject to the huge waves of climate migrants. We are talking about 200 to 700 millions. So, you know, you see, we are going from the crisis to crisis without finding any concrete solutions. And because of this, European Commission is trying to do its best together with the member states and associate countries. And it has issued several very, very important strategies and policies. The European Green Deal is the overarching one, but then it has been integrated by the REPowerEU to answer to the emergency provoked by a war in Ukraine. And then at the end of the story, we have the set plan, which is the process of revision. Quickly on the set plan. It has been conceived in 2008, and it's the main framework that all of us and the research community low carbon is asked to work within. What are the main advantages to be part of the set plan? First of all, the member states align their own agendas with European Green Deal and Fit for 55. This is very, very important. By doing this, there is a strong alignment of R&I agendas, so not only political priorities, but also R&I at a lower level of RTOs and research institutes. There is a better monitoring of spending. There is lots of money, so we shouldn't believe that there is a lack of money. There's plenty of funds all around Europe, but we should be paying more attention on how we spend that money, and set plan offers a good framework to do that. And finally, being part of the set plan also somehow, I don't know if you have, but do you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we don't hear very well. But,
well, if I go with this one, I think I will start creating echoes with online.
Can you try?
Yeah, so please confirm, Berta, if I start creating echo online.
No, it's no echo. It's no echo.
Oh, it's okay. Good.
Yeah, it's okay.
So finally, being part of the set plan, so you can hear me, because we're in the large, this when you are in the Academy of Science, for sure you can expect a huge meeting rooms. So can you hear me 30 meters there? Thank you very much. So again, also being part of the set plan, somehow facilitate the collaboration with the private and public sector. So which means that when all of you work on R&I, you can also rely on the fact that these technologies will be also uptaken by industrial players. Now, this set plan, it's divided. I apologize, but you cannot find in it in a better screenshot than this one. It's divided in the several key actions which reflect the technologies and aspects of transition. And to do that, there are 14 implementation working groups that are working, which are made out of researchers, member state representatives, and industrial players, which are working effectively to implement those plans. And you can see then the participation of the member states in different implementation working groups. And it's what is clear here that the Western countries, so let's say all Europe participates in all implementation working groups almost. Then you have Eastern part, which is really has limited participation in the R&I collaboration of the set plan. So this one of the reasons we are here is to bring you closer to this set plan. More into detail, this is how the Eastern European countries participate in its execution. Let's just stick to Lithuania, that participates in batteries and in nuclear safety. Photovoltaics actually doesn't participate anymore. Photovoltaics has been substituted for, I think, I have this slide just later on, so I will be more precise. As you can see, it's quite sporadic participation, unfortunately. And among European 13 countries, the Cyprus is the most active country here, which, you know, when you consider its geographical position and quite peripheral position towards the continent, it's really a good success. Now, let's talk about the country that hosts us. This is the total energy supplied by source in Lithuania in 2021. As you can see, it still heavily depends on natural gas and oil. We have this huge disruption in 2009 when you shut down last nuclear reactors, and it has been mainly substituted by natural gas and oil. And we have just part of biofuels, and you can see in the very bottom some tiny line that it's wind and solar. More specific, it looks like this when we have energy mix and the production of electricity, which is of course a different thing. When you look at the energy mix, you have 30% that comes from the renewables, and the rest are coming from natural gas, oil, and coal. So this is the energy mix that you have as a primary source. Electricity one, it's a bit better, but again, you know, you need the energy also for industrial processes, for cooling and heating, not for electricity. So electricity is produced by 70% by the renewables, which is fine, but again, it's not sufficient. When you look at this slide, you see 40% of natural gas and 27% of coal, and you're wondering where it comes from. And you have the dependency from Russia fossil fuels. This changed, of course, but you know it's changed disruptively. But the constant was, as also for all other European states, have a dependency on the Russian fossil fuels. In the 2020, Lithuania was dependent 45% gas from Russia, for over 73%, and the coal all 100%. I believe that today, these are the sources that we have available from Eurostat. Maybe then people from sitting here will have more updated information about this dependency for 2022, I believe, or 2021 at least. Now, so what the research can do and how Lithuania participates in the set plan and the energy transition process. So the set plan as a framework for the better collaboration. It participates in the 3 set plan implementation working groups: batteries, nuclear safety, and high voltage. So it withdraws from the photovoltaic side, and it's active in these 3 of them. To execute and to participate actively in the set plan, there should be also a national energy climate plan that supports it. But what is happening in the national energy climate plan of Lithuania? You just briefly mentioned the set plan, like many of other European 13 countries, which limits, again, you know, the contribution to R&I. So what it says in the national energy climate plans, it's 400, 500 pages document, and it only says for the set plan that brings a general notion that the report should include information how the set plan objectives and policies are translated to the national context. So we have quite a statement without any kind of detailed provisions how the Lithuania should contribute to R&I to reach the climate neutrality goals. So we hope that the next national energy climate plan, which is due in 2 months from now, that you have been working more consistently to match the goals that you have foreseen for 2030, 2050 with clear numbers, not just statements. In this case, we have the Minister of Energy that in 2022 provided a comprehensive overview of the energy sector, plan how to do that, and also you have pledged 1 million for participating in the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, which we will talk later on what is this partnership about. Besides the set plan, there is a great opportunity, which is great, but unfortunately, it's a result of negative consequences coming from COVID, that Lithuania can count on grants from recovery plans, the famous national recovery plans that was, well, to overcome the crisis provoked by COVID. And there is allocation for 1.2 billion euros for Lithuania. And why I'm saying this one, this is a fresh money that can be used for the concrete measures where the research community in low carbon energy can have become some role to play, or at least can be part of the projects that should accomplish, let's say, specific investments when it comes to clean energy, which is, for example, transport, almost 350 million, for energy sector deployment of renewables for 240 million, and buildings, building stocks, energy efficiency, and so on, 270 millions. We will hear about this, I think, also later on. What we heard before, that you are planning huge, Lithuania is planning a huge investments in offshore, and we'll hear about that maybe during the panel discussion. Now, I need to move quite quickly on because, yes, I have still 5 minutes. So let's see from the practical point of view how Lithuania stands. We have quite extensive statistics from Horizon 2020, previous financial framework, just partial results for Horizon Europe. So I will focus on Horizon 2020. I will start with saying that there is a huge gap between European 14 countries, Western Europe and Southern Europe, and European 13 countries. As you can see, these colors show it clearly. Darkish red are the countries that have absorbed majority of Horizon 2020 funds, and then we go to yellowish and pale yellow, which are with countries which didn't perform so well. And this is quite well explained here. When you see the absolute numbers, we have Germany that have absorbed very much, while the European 13 countries, only 5% of the Horizon budget was dedicated to the European 30 countries. And this is particularly of the concern if you think that European 30 countries represent around 35% of population of European Union. So it's making it even worse. Let's talk now about numbers. You can see that out of, let's say, 57 billions of Horizon 2020, only 3.4 has been dedicated to European 13, and everything else went to already quite advanced countries. Among 13, Malta receives the lowest net contribution, while Poland receives the highest. But we talk about 36 million, but 36 million, you know, it's a common grant on research and innovation in Europe, while 700 million for the biggest European 30 countries is not so big. If you compare then with the following statement that says in European 14 countries, Luxembourg as the smallest country received almost 200 million, in Germany, 9.6 billion. So the difference, it's tenfold when you compare the biggest European country, European 30 country, and Germany as European 14. So I think that there is still very much to be done to overcome this apparent unbalance. The Lithuania numbers, let's say, let's stick to maybe percentages, only has captured 0.16 of all available funds of Horizon 2020. It can do much more. And also you can see that signed grants, each 1.54 with respect to the rest, and European 13 country did 20% in total. So many things can be improved. What was the 10 high-ranked organization by net contribution in the previous, well, till 2022? I will not read these names, not to insult your nice language, so you can read it by yourself. But what I can guess, we have university as the first one, which is good. But again, we are talking about 10 million as the maximum grant, 10 million as the total contribution, which is still, it's not, we cannot claim it as sufficient. Now we have preliminary numbers of Horizon Europe, the recent supporting schemes. The percentage is a bit better, so 0.30 if you see as a contribution as allocation respect to 0.16, but we are still just at the beginning. The good thing will be if this is the tendency, so that you can maintain this proportion also in the years to come. Now, what are the reasons and challenges of the low participation of European 30 countries in set plan and also in the supporting schemes? I have a generic one that applies almost to all the country, all the 13 countries, but we will hear also from the national contact point, which we'll talk later on, what are in particular Lithuanians cases. So we can say that the result of this low participation is non-alignment of national priorities with European one. So it's very often that these countries still follow their own agenda without reflecting priorities of the European Commission. So this is the biggest problem. The second one, it's the weakness of R&D systems as such. So, it's very much everything about capacity building and so on and so forth. There are many administrative and regulatory burdens obstructing R&D. And this is, let's say, historical to all European 13 countries. In some of them countries, this is maybe not the case of Lithuania, we have heavily importance of the fossil fuels. We can think here about Poland in the first place, but also maybe Romania. So, not to provoke major social riots, there's still fossil fuels that command a bit, the energy sectors in these countries. Limited development of the set plan. So if the country that does not participate, for example, in photovoltaics implementation plan, then the state, the national government will not publish the calls for that specific technology, or will do just in part. So it's really important to push the government to be a part of the set plan. Lack of ties at European international level, and then finally absence of integration between business and academia. We will hear more about that when we have industrials here. But when you have this no communication between two most important players, then most probably also the fund will lack. This is the lack of structural changes for the Horizon 2020 are reflecting the structural changes. So I will not read all of them; they are almost the same. So we have a weak R&D system, maybe the lack of scientific excellence, and then lack of experience, lose international networks, ease access to alternative source of funding because you have structural funding and cohesion funding, which maybe prevent you to apply to the Horizon Europe and so on. But there are also the opportunities to be part of the set plan. Once you're there, you can influence the European discourse and put your priorities agenda forward. You can understand the current priorities, and Professor Eftim, you can also testify because he's a part of the steering group of the set plan. And hey, with doing this, you enhance international ties, not just European level, but also abroad. You can share research infrastructure. There are research infrastructure across Europe, which is underused, so you can access also to those. And of course, higher awareness and involvement in transnational funding schemes. Recommendations which are answer to the causes that I have been explaining before. So please link your agendas to the European ones. This is not easy. It's a medium long-term processes, but it can be done. To strengthen participation in R&D networks, increase funding, foster strong academia and business cooperation, improve administrative procedures, and reduce burdens that prevent you to participate, and enhance activities of national contact points. Now, as I'm representing here European Energy Research Alliance, there are multiple benefits of being part of the alliance. So not the set plan, but of the alliance. Once you are a member, you're approved as a member, you are a part of the Pan-European Expert Network. So you have a constant knowledge sharing and develop leading edge expertise. Just for your information, the members of the European Research Alliance have captured altogether in the Horizon 2020 more than 5 billion of funds as the entire community. So this is a direct benefit if you think about that. You will participate in the structuring of the research field by creating critical mass, avoiding duplication. So you work with others so that you can avoid duplication and also facilitate the knowledge sharing, more visibility at European level, and finally collaborate with international initiatives at different levels, multilaterally and bilaterally. So if you're interested, you have our contacts and you are very welcome to be part of our community. Here, now I'm stop sharing my presentation. You are feel free to have to make any questions you consider important. Otherwise, you can keep those questions for the panel discussion that we follow now. And we have a panel discussion on the same topic. And here we have three distinguished guests. We have, and again, apologize if I pronounce wrong your surname. And the first one, it's really quite challenging. We have Brigitta Serafi Navi Chute from, which is a research attaché at PREMREP in Brussels. Then we have a less challenging, but again, quite interesting name, Domantas Kergis, which is advisor at the Innovation Group of the Ministry of Energy of Republic of Lithuania. And then finally, Tadas Tumenas as a head of Area Liaison Office in Brussels, which is called Lino Line. Yes, let's call it Lino. Now, we have a presentation first from Brigitta. I hope that she is connected. She is connected online. This is great. And we have her presentation, so we should be the one switching the presentation, or
she can also do it. I think it will be easier for her. So I will stop sharing.
Yes.
And,
So the first, Brigitta, of all, you need to make your surname correct pronunciation. So to correct my mistake.
Good morning, everyone. No, it's difficult even for Lithuanians. No offense at all.
So how it sounds in the original?
Serafinavičiūtė.
Okay, I did my best.
Yes, of course.
So yeah, look, so we will have can you share your screen?
I will try to. Where is my?
Otherwise, it can also be from my side.
Yeah, I have my PP. Voila. So.
Excellent. So we have you can, yes, everybody can see it. So it's
Yes.
about research innovation policy context in the EU. So let's see what Brussels says.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone. Really nice to take part in this important event. I think we need more like events like this. And this, well, the crisis of pandemics allowed us to be more connected than ever. And now I'm really at the council building in Brussels, and I can be part also in this event in Vilnius. So this is something that we should use more often, these opportunities to connect.
Sorry, Brigitta, to interrupt you. Can you make a full screen presentation?
In my computer, it's full screen, so maybe it will take some time.
We can read it nonetheless, but it will be maybe nice if you can enlarge it.
It's a full screen on my computer, so I don't know what to do more. Could be that, okay, it will take some time. Maybe. Let's see if or you can share the PPT for me. Maybe that will work better.
So we can share it from here, but then we need to. You need to remind us to share
Yes,
to change, you know.
Okay, let's do that.
Just give us a second to bring back our presentation.
So while we're setting up the slides, sorry, it's always these technical issues. I can shortly tell about my background. So I was researcher myself. And then I moved to more research related policies and administrative issues. And now my experience in Brussels is more than 5 years. I was heading the Lithuanian liaison office for research and innovation, and last June moved to the position of research attaché. So I will try to give you a bit of a Brussels flavor to what is happening in terms of transition.
Okay, good. So we are here. You can see now your presentation.
Yes.
So we can
move
start
to the second slide. Exactly. And I will try to be short with my presentation, because if I would go into details, that would take maybe half a day or even more. But in short, the clean transition can be summarized as a Green Deal. And the Green Deal is, as you know, the overarching EU strategy, which was introduced by the Commission back in 2019, December. And if you will read all these components that comprise Green Deal, you can see that energy is present basically in all of them. Even the component of farm to fork, when you think about it deeper, it has an energy component. So you have to be creative and to see the opportunities, and the opportunities, they are lying all over. And research and innovation is also mentioned, and here in the top square, you can see that the Commission also realized that mobilizing research and fostering innovation is important to realize this Green Deal. So we can move to the second slide. Because I represent also European Council, and the European Council followed the suggestion of the Commission, which was laid out in December, and back in December as well, 2019, the Council noted this objectives of the EU Green Deal. So it is really endorsed by all the EU member states. And you can find on the page of the European Council more information on all these different components like homes, cars, buildings, industry, appliances, planes, ships, nature, how the Green Deal will transform and affect all these components. And as you see, the objectives are ambitious to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030. So this is called the Fit for 55 package. And basically these are legislative initiatives, and some of them have a separate budget, and some of them are just kind of legislative initiatives. And as I said, like there is a lot of information. You can really go and dig in all these different components, depends on your interests, but energy is part of all these important topics. We can move to another slide. And well, just a few quite recent EU-wide initiatives. And I'm not trying to give you the overall scope of what is happening in terms of EU Green Deal and clean energy transition, and where the research and innovation is somehow more or less present. So the newest act is the Net Zero Industry Act, which was proposed by the Commission back in this March 16. So the negotiations are just starting on that act. Then probably you all know the Euratom, or at least those working with atomic issues, Euratom program. And there was a very recent declaration on April 4th on small and model reactors. And this is, to give you overall understanding that there are very different, many components that go in the same line, transition towards clean energy. So the small model reactors, it's written in the text, that also contributes to the Green Deal message. Then, of course, the hydrogen strategy, and another declaration which was signed on March 1st on hydrogen valleys. The CHIPS Act, even though it's not directly linked to the energy as such, but it's linked more to the digital transition. But again, introducing some Brussels jargon, there is this twin transition, which is digital and green, and digital is connected to green, and green is connected to digital. So you have to keep that in mind as well. And to understand this Brussels jargon, it is not always easy, but I think that's why it's important to have these similar events like this, to hear all these inputs, and to that help you to navigate in really quite a complex legislative and landscape of Brussels, and also the national legislative initiatives, because the idea is that whatever the Commission and the Council and the Parliament agrees, so the member states should somehow reflect that in the national legislations. And the importance of this synchronization was already mentioned by the previous speaker. Yeah, the new innovation agenda, again, it's about deep tech, regional values, and it is written in the text that these initiatives should also contribute to the Green Deal and more smart energy use and more cleaner energy as well. So it's not maybe always, when you look at these initiatives, you maybe don't see the energy specifically mentioned there, but it is an important component basically in whatever we do in the industry field, or even the farming fields or transportational fields. So you have to think really broadly. And yeah, I'm not mentioning here all the other possibilities, such as Horizon Europe possibilities on the, for example, partnership on clean hydrogen, the mission cities, or the whole cluster called climate, energy, and mobility. So there are really various opportunities all over. And we can go to another slide. The organizers asked me a bit to introduce you to this newest initiative by the Commission on the Net Zero Industry Act. And as I said, it's really the very fresh one, introduced only in March. And the negotiations are going on in the industry group, and well, we'll see how fast the things will move, and when the file will be, will reach the trilogue stage, where the Parliament also will have a say. But this is basically legislative initiatives aimed at establishing a framework of measures to strengthen EU manufacturing and products. So it's not directly related to energy stuff, but as I mentioned before, you can see the energy component basically everywhere. How to say, probably a shocking or a sad thing is that the estimated need for the investments is around 8 billion euros. That's what could be activated by already existing programs and initiatives. And this graph, you will get the slides later, so you can, I know that you cannot see the numbers, but you will be able to analyze that later. But the actual need is around 16 billion. So there is really a gap of 10 billion euros that is not present in the current multi-annual financial framework. So it's basically up to the member states if they see themselves in this policy, and also of the private sector as well to kind of fill this gap. So the needs are high, resources are scarce. That's the message. And this act is not will not come with a separate budget. It's spread.
I apologize, but we should wrap up this part so that we can allow also other panelists.
Yes. So yeah, I will. Yeah, the public opinion. I just want to stress that public sees energy as really important component. So this is the slides from the very recent Commission report on the consultation that's ended on the Horizon past, present, and future, and energy stands up as a #2 issue next to the climate change. So that is high on the agenda. And my last slide, kind of conclusions. The Green Deal is this overarching long-term strategy. So that in one word, if you see Green Deal, and yeah, you have to keep it in mind. As I mentioned, the legislative and or initiative landscape is really complex. The resources are scarce, but there is a public support for the energy sector. So the tendency will stay as it is. No, it doesn't matter if the commission, this current commission will end its term next year, autumn. So, but the political priorities will stay there. So you have a lot of chances to contribute to this overall EU great green policy. So, but don't forget to network, and probably other speakers will stress this point later on. So thank you for the attention. I'm looking forward for the discussions.
Thank you, Britta, very much for this insights. And then we will have some questions for you. But let's now give a word to the Mantas Keržis, advisor at the Innovation Group of the Ministry of Energy of the Republic of Lithuania. It's going to be a quite interesting one because it's going to touch upon also the set plan and so on. You have the presentation here. I will do. You can use maybe this mic here. So this is me, and this is now that's the modern technology. Okay. We need to do it slowly now because it's.
So, good morning.
Yeah, you can do this one, but see.
This one. Yeah, good morning, the ladies and gentlemen, the audience participating here physically and online. I hope you can hear me and see the slides. I was already introduced, so maybe I will not repeat that. I'll just say that the Ministry of Energy Technology Policy is one of my work areas, and especially in international dimension, in connection with European Union initiatives in Baltic Nordic fora and vis-a-vis International Energy Agency. So actually, exactly 1 year ago, I have been also participating in a similar event in Latvia, in Riga. I'm happy it's taking place here in Vilnius and for the Lithuanian audience. And so this presentation will be a kind of update, a short update, having in mind a limited time and what has happened in this field and some glimpse on the future. So without taking any longer, so about national energy technology ambitions, and it's actually the first update is not more like from Brussels, and it's a transition from Brigitta's presentation because she was speaking a lot about Net Zero Industry Act. It's so far it's the European Commission's proposal for regulation in this sphere, and what has caught my eye when reading it, what kind of issue is being brought on and what kind of problem is being shown, that Europe is currently a net importer of net zero technologies, mostly from China. And for some technologies or components, this dependence is up to 90% of products that are being imported. So that's why one of the suggestions of this document will be to strengthen European independence in this field and to get more of the value chains in energy technologies and to produce more in the European Union. So what I have remembered from our national energy independence strategy of 2018, by that time we had brought up a very challenging vision also for the country to become a country creating and exporting technologies and not as much importing. So now I see, and my message here is that actually we're in the same boat, European Union, Lithuania, we have the same generally objective, and we have the same threat. And in this Net Zero Industry Act, there was a list of critical and important European Union energy technologies suggested. And these are almost entirely in line with the national choices, because there is solar, wind technologies, batteries, and others, so they are quite in line. And speaking about just shortly about the National Energy Independence Strategy, it's, as you see, it's from the year 2018. It's really now it's 2023. It's really time has come to update it. And we also have this obligation in the law. This work of updating is starting this year. So far, it's more or less a general idea of how it should be updated. Here we're speaking about energy technology and research innovation part. It's quite clear to have a really great emphasis on hydrogen, as it's everywhere now in Europe and in the world, and Lithuania as well, especially green hydrogen. And it's R&D part, and we also have an ambition to explore the so-called energy islands concepts in the Baltic Sea. So having a artificial, so to say, island where energy is being produced, electricity being produced from wind mostly, and maybe also integrated with hydrogen production facilities. So, but we will see about that. And at the same time, we are updating right now the National Energy and Climate Plan of the European Union, as every European Union country have to produce an update this year. And there also will be new measures in research and innovation part, and we're scrutinizing them as well. Hydrogen will be there among them as well, but yeah, up until the middle of this year, we'll submit it. Yes, on my next slide is about set plan steering group, but I will not stay here that much because it was well presented in the previous presentation. Just to state that it's a technology pillar of European climate policy and meant to be like a one-stop shop for energy technology and advice in decision-taking in energy. And this picture also has a meaning why integrated set plans. The idea is to integrate very different technologies, wind, solar, batteries, hydrogen, or what's very different ones in one like forum. They have a forum about it in one place. And from Lithuania, we have two representatives in the steering group, which is the main overseeing body consisting of European Union Commission representatives and member states, and the Ministry of Energy, as well as Ministry of Education, Science and Sport. So we have delegates. Revamp was mentioned, and I'll just maybe say that there are many reasons for that. But one of them is, well, actually, I'm not quite sure if everyone here in this audience really deeply know what set plan is and what is being done there. I mean, we coming from the ministries in the steering group, we do, but I'm not sure that everyone knows this deeply. So I think one of the reasons to revamp it is to not only to gain more visibility of this plan, but also to have a better impact of it, that it really becomes known for a wider audience, not only for government, European Union officials. And at this point, from our side, what really was a welcoming development in the set plan is that in 2015, the so-called implementation working groups were established. And they join the members from academia and sometimes industry from member states are choosing which technologies are of most interest them, or in which technologies they have experience, and they join in like working groups to promote. So there are no ministries in these IVGs. Generally, it's more like agencies, researchers, and so on. So I would also urge to, if you didn't know much about that, maybe to discover it. A good starting point would be the presentation of your representative, Ivan, who showed the structure of which technologies are there. So maybe it will be a chance for you to discover this format. And my last slide here is a couple of couple of energy research programs we, as the Minister of Energy, are part in. It's the first one is the so-called Clean Energy Transition Partnership. It's under Horizon Europe, but the initiative comes from the member states, national member states, and then co-financed by Horizon Europe. So the overall coordinators are Austria and Sweden, and I think all of European Union countries, plus a bit more of them, are part of this. So last year, you see a list of topics that were, among the ones of last year's call. And we at the ministry have chosen the first and the third one to start with. So we also already have some experience, and the whole consortium has an experience from the first call. Well, it was the first idea was that actually not as many applications were received to the call. In general, it's also the case for Lithuania, and for us, we have received 2 proposals where Lithuanian participants were part. And actually, the structure of this partnership is such that in every proposal, at least 3 different partners have come from 3 different member states. So when I say Lithuanian stakeholders, they are part of some maybe at least 3 partner proposals. But those 2 proposals did not pass the so-called scientific evaluation phase. And now the whole consortia, and we as well are learning from this experience and thinking about this year's call of what could we change, starting from very soft measures as better communication again to get the participants know what it is about, and maybe to change some rules of this partnership, maybe to lower the necessary amount of partners involved, and what's being scrutinized now. And the topics will be also a bit different, not totally, but will be different. And also from several years already in the so-called joint Baltic-Nordic energy research program, where we as a ministry invest more or less around over 100,000 euros a year. And this program is meant to promote the cooperation between Baltic countries researchers and Baltic Nordic researchers, and in this area, key areas of interest, calls are being made, and they will produce results up until next year. And right now we are in the consultations with our partners in Latvia, Estonia, and Nordics about the continuation of this program. And yeah, we hope we'll be able to continue with that. So at this point, I'm finishing my presentation, but I have one reaction because I feel I have to react. It's coming from Minister of Energy. One of the previous presentation about this reliance on Russian fossil fuels. It was from 2020, but actually from last year, there's no more reliance from Russia on fossil fuels, because we are getting the gas, necessary gas via the LNG terminals, via sea. The same is about the oil, and yeah, actually, in oil we have been importing oil via oil terminal for about 20 years or so now, and we have an LNG terminal already around 10 years. But when the statistics were shown, so it was not like a dependence in a hard way, but we didn't have a choice up until previously. It was like business, it was price elements, it was diversification. But of course, after Russian invasion in Ukraine, is normal business as usual. And we have an ability to choose where we buy these resources from. So there's for Lithuania, there's no more like a reliance on Russian fossil fuels. Just a remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for specifying this. Actually, no country anymore depends so heavily on Russian fuels, but just let's remind ourselves that still 20% of gas is coming from Russia in Europe, European Union, so still 20%, which should make us think. Now we have actually yes. So we have a last speaker for this, Taras Tumas, head of Lino office because this Lino LI stands for Lithuania, so it cannot be differently. Also, I came to realize this fact. And it's going to be the importance of the collaboration on the EU level. So let's again use code with the arrows.
So still good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here and talk a little bit about the importance of collaboration on the EU level. And of course, my presentation, I guess, is going to be the most generic one in today's workshop. I mean, the things that I'm going to talk about, I guess it's related not only to the energy sector, but also to other sectors as well. Basically, why this collaboration on the EU level is important. And just to name a few things that are coming to my mind, so basically, the reasons could be pulling the resources together, also sharing knowledge, access to funding, addressing common challenges. I think these are the main things that come to my mind right now, why we should collaborate, you know, on the EU level. And until the late 70s, European research and innovation policy consisted mainly of sectoral initiatives in areas such as nuclear energy, coal, steel, and agriculture. However, a true community research policy that shifted towards an integrated vision for research and innovation only started in the 80s, which with the first European research framework program adopted in 1984. On the basis of the positive experience, on the basis of the positive experience of the first pilot framework program, a separate chapter on research and technology development was included in a Single European Act in 1986. So basically, a couple of articles appeared in the treaty, and the core, of course, to interact, to boost the collaboration was framework program. And I'm sure, you know, later today you will hear a lot about framework program and how we are participating there. But now I would like also to move to a couple of organizations and networks that we belong to, and why those networks actually come into play when it comes to the collaboration. So first, it's IGLO network, which Lino office that I represent today is a part of. It's an informal association of Brussels-based nonprofit R&D liaison offices, and it comprises now 27 members. And it's not only European, purely European network. We have also some other countries represented here, like Israel and etc. And basically, the aim of this network is enhance cooperation between members of IGLO, their national research and innovation systems, and the European institutions on issues related to research, technology, and innovation. And here we have also Lino. So Lino office is part of IGLO network. And what do we do as Lino? We serve as a platform for participants of Lithuanian innovation ecosystem to engage and collaborate with other EU stakeholders and even more. When I say even more, it means that we are also open to, let's say, stakeholders coming from third countries. And of course, you know, today you all know that UK, for example, is third countries, Switzerland as well. So first we are looking at those third countries when it comes to the collaboration. And let me sum up, I'm going to be brief here, that collaboration, of course, is vital, and it has been recognized, of course, by many countries and also great minds. And without the collaboration, we can't really achieve big strategic goals. And that's why, you know, I have put here an African proverb, which states that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I would add, you know, if you want to go far strategically, you need to go together. So let's work together towards better Europe. And thank you for your attention.
Good, thank you very much. Let's see, let's hope that this boat he will not sink. So let's what? No, I'll stay here. I mean, I have to move, but you should stay here. You should stay here.
Just let's see which microphone and which camera we can use.
Yes. Now, well, we will have this. We will have this panel discussion. So we will. Oh no, we will get a bit modern here. We have other camera. A piano.
This is we can use it.
Why? I'm going to have it. So it's important that we're there. No?
Okay.
The screen is. I'll do this one.
Okay. Just give me a second. Stop sharing.
Good. So yes. Thank you, Mattia. Now we will have a so let me see, 15. We have 25 minutes for the panel discussion. I would like very much people here in this room to make any questions, or the people online. Otherwise, I will come up with some solution. But you are solicited to make some interesting question based on the presentation that we had the chance to hear about. So, people in the room. Very well. People online. I cannot, not even better. You see?
I'm always ready for a question. Thank you for the presentations. They were very, very good. I just have a question for Mr. Tadas. With regards to the last presentation you gave, this EGLO network is I fully understand, is totally say imperative to have this kind of networks. Now, do you have any sort of tangible results that the audience here could sort of understand? Which kind of benefits or results have you sort of got out of this network?
Thank you. It's indeed a very good question. You know, in general speaking, you know, about the results of collaboration, it's also difficult to say, because sometimes, you know, the results are not really physical ones. Sometimes, you know, it's just the opinion which impacts, you know, somebody's decision. So when it comes to EGLO network, first of all, you need to understand that it's an informal network, and we basically share the information among ourselves. So like offices like ours. And on top of that, we are also discussing with the Commission, because we have 9 working groups in between EGLO network, where we come and share also with the Commission certain topics. For example, we had also the topic on hydrogen. We also organize EGLO Open, so-called open events, to provide information also to the public about the hottest European topics. So the question, coming back to your question, you know, what is the impact? So I would say the impact is also, you know, the spread of information, first of all. And secondly, of course, for our clients, the impact is that we have the network, which we can use, to find the partners as well. So partners, and I'm talking about the partners, first of all, for Horizon Europe program, and also, other type of partners. So that's the main impact, of being part of this network.
Thank you. I was thinking that it would be interesting to sort of try to see if there's make a sort of soft comparison. What can say is, since you started being part of this IGLO network, is there any sort of correlation with the projects, EU projects that Lithuania has been involved into? I mean, it's very difficult, as you say, to sort of make that direct correlation, but I think it would be interesting if you have not yet done this sort of analysis, if there's any sort of relation. And usually it takes time, as you say, I mean, to end up with sort of concrete results. So with that, I mean that perhaps one would need to look a couple of years later since the start or the engagement in this network to real results. But I was curious actually just about that, just to see, as you say, the impact and specifically projects also related to what Ivan said before, right? That the number of projects is improving, but it's still low. So perhaps the IGLO has also contributed already to that increase, but it's difficult to say to which extent.
But actually, I can only talk from my personal experience in the way that, in IGLO network, we also exchange the information about the partners, like if somebody is looking for the partner in certain project, usually we circulate this information, around us. And then, of course, we forward it also to our national entities. And then, of course, when you talk with them bilaterally, you only in this way you can find out, that this actually worked. So we've done it, just for our own curiosity, mainly for Lino office to see, if this information that we're spreading, from IGLO network reaches, let's say, its goal. So yes, I can tell you that, this is working. Just the question, the amount, the figure, we don't have it because it's very personal. Sometimes people, they just don't want to, disclose this information as well. So
it's a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Birgitta, she raised her hand, please.
Yeah, I thought I can add to this question of importance of networking, and actually I look at the networks as a tool to reach some goals. It's, as Tadas mentioned, it's kind of a platform, and as I was part of the IGLO network, I know it very well as well. So it's basically, to help the participants, the member organizations, offices to understand what's happening in Brussels, because as I mentioned, it's a complex world. Horizon in itself is a complex, horizontal, huge program that is not that easy to navigate at all. So, and okay, then NCPs are of great help there, but the NCPs mainly focus on the small parts and this overview of the whole program. There are not that many people who can have this broad overview. And this networks, it's really like, exchanging the information on different parts, and some offices have some extra knowledge on specific pillars, or others know about some initiatives on hydrogen, for example. So this exchange is just vital for us. Like, there is no single office who could deliver excellent quality support without being in the network. And why I want to stress that, because it's relevant to not only to the liaison offices, it's relevant to any other organizations. It's just impossible for one organization, one country even, to be well informed, first of all, and then to choose the right directions, to find the partners. And especially in the energy field, I think that it's impossible to do something on your own. You have to be linked at least with your neighboring countries, you know, all the electricity grids or the pipelines and everything like the infrastructure such is not a closed infrastructure related only to one country. And all the EU programs, that's important to stress. If you have to keep in mind that they've been built in the mind that should add the European added value, as it says in Brussels. So when you look at them, you have to look not only what's good for your own country, but to see, okay, how it's beneficial for the region, for EU itself, and even globally. So you have to keep that in mind. And that's why I said, like, it's important to network in order to place yourself in all this really complex landscape. And Brussels, I know it doesn't help. It adds new and new initiatives. And I think even the Commission, there is no a single person who can tell you about everything, what's now on the table and what's already happening. And so that's why this exchanges and being part of bigger networks, being active members of the networks is just vital nowadays. It's that's the new reality. That's the new modus operandi. So that's my little intervention on the networks.
Thank you. Sovenizelos has a question. Yes, you cannot see him, but he is here.
Yeah, okay. I hope you can hear it. Yeah. Listening to how we approach collaboration, how we approach the cooperation achievement, common objectives, I think is critically important, and we have given a lot of attention to the PANTERA project, this collaboration aspect of bringing stakeholders of countries like Lithuania closer to Europe in order to be well informed, but also knowing where, so that they can make, let's say, the benefit of contributing, but also the benefit influence what is in the end. And we have also found one other aspect that is critically important through this collaboration is where is this promoting our own interests brings forward our competitive advantage, and we as Lithuania being actively involved through collaboration efforts, and we are trying to do that through EAP part of the PANTERA project, bringing close the research and innovation community of Lithuania to European strata of cooperation and collaboration, brings also forward the issues related to where are we strong, how can we benefit regionally for being there and really collaborating and really pushing forward. What is your opinion?
This is a question to.
Okay, cool.
Let's go maybe with the institution answer, no? About you need to put your mic there.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Could you repeat the main idea of
The main idea here is that we know that we are in such an innovation. We're coming from weak countries and weak environments. Is through collaboration environments where we are given the level of our voice being heard. We consider that where we are strong, where we have advantage, is very important. I'm asking whether you see it, what can we do in order to improve the collaboration efforts of the innovation community.
And I can just integrate the question with the fact that you are revising a national energy climate plan. So how much you have also taken into consideration these aspects of importance of R&I community in defining the objectives of revised objectives of 2030, also in line with the Fit for 55 and so on, or it's quite a top-down approach?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So, starting with a general idea, of course, cooperation is was important and why we are all here. We, as has been shown in the previous presentation, one of the reasons why the EU 30 countries looks like a quite, weak performing in comparison with EU 15. Maybe it's a lack of this collaboration between the researchers, between research academia. So, there are many reasons and many things to do to improve this. So I think the European Union is a very good example to look after, and as this project is one of the efforts to improve this, to come to the countries and to show, to inform if it's information that's most direct. So there are many actors to be involved. So from us, the Minister of Energy. So yes, we gather participation in those formats. And we try to dedicate at least some funding to promote the researchers to come, but it's much more effort to be done for them to be understood and also to inform. Now about the energy and climate plans, yes, right at this very moment we're working more like on this list of measures. We can actually come up to the part about this exactly operation, but we will definitely include some ideas of how to improve this, and also including the financing we have foreseen for clean energy transition partnership, which in general is about trying to connect different countries, different stakeholders to come up with a proposal and to put it to the partnership to get financed. So it's like an accelerator from our side. So that's our initial thoughts about this.
We have, I don't know if somebody wants to react on this. Otherwise, we have Peter from Sintef with the question, and I think online somebody see the chat box. Something is happening. Peter,
I go first. Thank you. Just maybe a short success story in a sense to share from Norway. If you go at least 15 years back, we were not a great performer in the European research information landscape. Now we are quite active and successful in participating. And two of the success factors I'd like to mention is that we started kind of discussing how to organize in Norway in a sense, also the government and the researchers and the industry sat down and kind of agreed what are our strong points, as I said, and where we should be that. And then we kind of coordinated our voice when showing up as government, showing up as researchers, or showing up as industry. Which kind of made our voice larger or bigger than before. The other part was that we found out that there was not enough researchers could not afford to kind of be enough in Brussels in order to meet with the others. So if you really want to be part of the research and innovation landscape, you have to be present and discuss with other countries at the same level. So you need to have the government and the researchers and the industry from the country present, maybe in Brussels or maybe online, to kind of really be a part of what's happening and succeed. So that's kind of both a success story sharing and maybe a question. Do you feel that you have all these partners around the table? Because now we need to act fast.
So this is, I think, question to all of them, but Peter don't. Well, what facilitated the collaboration at the Norwegian level? It's this one, but also organized liquid and black things that you have in the sea helps a lot, which facilitated this kind of discussion. And not Lithuania, the rest of the Europe cannot rely on this support. So who want to answer this question? So it exists or doesn't exist?
maybe I can go. So, thank you. I will try to connect with the first question. So basically, what you mentioned is indeed very crucial to have this national agenda, you know, and a national, let's say, homeworks being done in order, you know, to implement them in Brussels. And again, as you said, being in Brussels, it's crucial to connect, to convey the messages, national messages, and having all partners on board, including, you know, industry, researchers, government, you know, what are the strengths of the country and what are our priorities? Because as you know, on the European level, there are a lot of things happening, especially, you know, nowadays. And there are different priorities. So do those priorities match, you know, with national priorities? Do you have, you know, certain strengths in those priorities that the EU has? You know, so these are the questions, you know, that we need to answer in order, you know, to be successful, as you said. And what we are doing as Lino office, for example, we are trying, you know, to take out of the closet, you know, those people who are doing quite amazing job, you know, and show them that we have certain strengths, you know, and we have skilled people, you know, who can contribute, you know, to not only to the national agenda, but also to the EU agenda, to implementation of the EU agenda. So this is indeed our role, and without, you know, being in place, being close to decision making to the EU, I'm talking about Brussels. It's not really feasible, you know, to make an impact. So yeah, even, you know, as you mentioned, sometimes, you know, and after 2 years of COVID, we are still used, you know, to having those online meetings, but it's not the same. It's still not the same, and it's not going to replace the physical connection and physical contacts that you make while you are there. So that's my comment.
Yes, thank you. I'll just add to the answer that speaking about technologies and choosing them and then to define the R&D priorities. Well, we have a general like list of topics in the national energy strategy that's about energy technologies, but it's not the intention for the energy minister to just top down, you know, which ones are, because otherwise it wouldn't work. It's explaining in your example. So in the framework of preparing to the CEP partnership, we also had some rounds of discussions with the first of all research community to feel, you know, what on the one hand where the strength is, and on the other hand which you know priorities we would see. And also in the framework of updating the national energy climate plans this year, we also had some broader rounds about this technology and innovation part. Again, the idea to get, you know, input from wider audience about the priorities. So we, as we have said, we do not have like everyone at one table, but because it was like it's crisis, we couldn't scare everyone physically, but we definitely used, you know, like interactive sessions to get their input and to try to define, you know, where really these priorities should be, which technologists to concentrate.
Thank you. We also, Birgitta can react on this, but I would like also to put another element to the discussion, which is not anymore just national, but it's regional. So between the Baltic countries, it's often when you hear in Brussels, but not just in Brussels, all around Europe, it's very often referred to these countries, Baltic countries, in the positive way. You know, I'm coming from Croatia. When you say the Balkans, it's not really it's not so positive connotations. So I'm just wondering how much it helps the cooperation between Tallinn, Riga, and Vilnius in bringing together, if you know, the common instances towards Brussels, and how can strengthen your position, because this is this makes a difference. You know, I'm from Croatia, and we are, you know, thinking about collaborating with Serbia and with Slovenia. It's everything but desired, unfortunately. Yeah? But it's necessary. But you know, we have many obstacles in doing that. Instead, how much this positive from outside view of Baltic countries helps in make you stronger also in the transition?
Yeah, probably I can start, and maybe others will add something. Well, in Brussels in general, like it's a play of different consortia, countries, kind of like-minded countries, groups, and they can, well, they are fluid, depends on the issue, and probably you all know that, okay, Baltics, they are perceived as one very strong region, quite homogeneous, while in reality we are not that homogeneous, and we have different, even sometimes different priorities, and in energy sector is falls into that basket, I think. So in my opinion, we should be way more, we should collaborate way more as the Baltic countries. And really, as you mentioned, we have this positive connotation of the region itself now, very active, kind of. And okay, Estonia maybe is more visible on the digital side now. Lithuania is very active on the human rights and the war in Ukraine part, and Latvia somewhere in between. So, but yeah, outsiders think as a one region, and if you don't use that, I think that's a loss in a sense. But yeah, in the council, like we always have to make compromises. We have to find the like-minded countries and to play as a team. Like one country basically, well, unless you're Germany or France, but even if you're Germany or France, you have to pay attention to the rest of 26, 25 countries. It's that's the beauty of EU, but yeah, as Tadas mentioned in his presentation, it's a slow process, but yeah, if you manage to coordinate, then we'll go far. Yeah, it takes time.
Yes. So please, Tadas, you can answer, and then
I just want to add to what Brigitte said, actually. If you recall my slide, which was saying individually we are one job, together we are notion. So actually we found out that in Brussels as well, that for example, if only Lithuanian office is addressing certain issues, the visibility is not as big as we are doing together with Baltic states. Moreover, to add to this connotation of Baltic states, I would also like to add, like, we are closely now cooperating also with northern countries. So being part of this northern collaboration, northern Baltic collaboration, it's also adding certain voice and strength, to the EU. And it's important because, again, as I mentioned, just, yes, there are several issues that, we don't agree with, but when we want to achieve something very crucial for everyone in this region, we need to work together again. So that's my comment.
Of course.
Just a short additional example that we're already doing this among Baltic countries and also with Nordic countries, as I kept shown in my presentation. This so-called program for joint Nordic-Baltic Energy Research Cooperation, but in practice, what does it mean? That every Baltic ministry responsible for energy has a representative there, and we all together discuss on the priorities together with Nordic Energy Research representative, the Agency for Nordic Energy Finance, Research Finance of Nordic Baltic. Towards the Council of Ministers, so we're already in this like a priority setting and in the program since 2017, I guess. So it's already happening, and in this program we try that researchers from different countries come together and have some common projects. I think it's already happening.
Good, great. And it's nice to hear that you're collaborating. Well, this is the only way to move forward. If there are not any other questions, we are closing this discussion. Let's make sure if nobody here is touched by sudden enthusiasm to make a question. No? Good. I see you. I see you ready for the coffee break. People online, do you wish, I don't know, ask something? If this is not the case, so I would like to thank to Brigitte, Tadas, for participating, for the people here, and now we have a coffee break for 15 minutes. So we will reconvene 12:25 Brussels time, 11:25. Correct? I asked the chat if they have something. Francesco, ciao, ci vediamo fra un po'. So have a nice coffee. Thank you, everybody, and see you soon.
So we're back for the second session of the morning, and on this session we will discuss mainly research innovation opportunities for collaboration and funding of Horizon Europe. My name is SUPEERA and PANTERA from the European Energy Research Alliance, and I'm project manager. And with us, we will have how the storyline goes this afternoon. This second session is that we will project some funding from the European Innovation Council. Francesco Matteucci will connect online. And then the EEA and Norway grants that we discussed previously. I have put also a couple of slides on my presentation for Horizon Europe and Cluster 5 goals, but I will skip it and I will just send it for reference to you. And then we'll have 3 short presentations and a panel discussion with Aiste Vikanauskite, who is the Advisor on Technology and Innovation Unit on the Ministry of Science, Education and Sports, with Aurelia Povilaike. She's Head of NECP Unit and Coordinator on WIDERA NCP. And we will have an example of a Lithuanian entity, the Confederation of Industrialists, and how they are involved in European partnerships. From Thomas Garolis, who is the Department Director at Business, Environment and Economy on the Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists. So I will give the floor now to Francesco, if you can hear us online. And if you want, Francesco, you can share your screen. I don't know if can you hear us?
Good morning to everybody. Sorry, I was I was not listening that it was my turn. So, good morning. Thanks for the invitation.
Francesco, I think we lost the connection.
I think probably Spirit, and I feel like because he thought it was a bit later, he's just on the way to his computer.
Yeah, maybe we can go with EA grants and Peter, and we continue with Francesco when he will be available. Peter, do you want to?
Thank you. Yeah, you can just change.
I'm back. Back again. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you, but it's
Hello?
interrupted. Maybe if you can switch off your camera.
No, the connection is not good. Yeah, I try to switch off the camera. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Hello? Okay, so you can also see the slides I'm sharing, right?
Yes, we can.
Oh.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Which are our funding opportunities. So EIC has been set up in April 2021, and so it's a brand new agency, and it is part of
Can somebody online confirm that?
No, we have
also
lost it. No, we have also lost it. So I think maybe it would be good to send him a message and try to find like a stable connection. And meanwhile, so can maybe Peter present something like that. We have also lost.
Then we go ahead as we said before, and hoping that he will connect with the.
I'm sorry, I don't know why I am sometimes kicked out. Can you hear me well?
Yes, but just make sure that you have a stable connection. Maybe you use 4G because
the connection is strangely stable. It looks like that Zoom doesn't want me because I am kicked out from Zoom, not from the connection.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why.
Let's give it a second try.
Yeah, we try for the last time if it works. And I don't know if you heard everything that I said or you lost part of it. I was saying that EIC, we fund deep tech innovation, and these are the 4 main characteristics of the deep tech. That means problem hardware oriented, multidisciplinary science based, and with an open innovation approach. We fund through 3 main funding schemes, from a very early stage research with the idea to innovate. So we are European Innovation Council. So all the kind of technologies that we fund, we want to immediately look at the, let me say, at the exploitation pathways. So we have got 2 early stage calls, the Pathfinder that approximately funds from TRL 1 to 3, and the transition from TRL 4 to 6, so up to the prototype. These are open to partnership, 100% grants. And then there is the last call that is accelerator. It is only mono beneficiary for small, medium enterprises. And in this case, we give grants up to the 70%. And the great innovation is that we also provide equity, because the European Commission put in place the first ever the first ever venture capitalist that is called European Innovation Fund. Another common characteristics of all the 3 calls is the fact that we do both open calls, so no topic prescription, bottom-up approach, as well as challenge-based approach. That means we identify challenge and we ask the applicants to propose their technology to overcome the challenge that we posed. The other characteristics of the EIC is that we do not only are a grant giving agency, so we provide hands-on. That means we help the projects navigate and facilitate their innovation journey. And so we provide a kind of external called business acceleration services to help via mentors, linkages with the investors or linkages with the stakeholders, help to the companies or to the beneficiaries. But we also have an in-house office that is a program manager office that is the one identifying the vision and the challenges, and then working as an internal know-how with a hands-on approach, so helping content-wise the projects. We are 10 program managers, 3 on green technologies, 2 on the bio and medtech area, and the other 1 are in the electronics, quantum, and you can see as well agro-food and construction and space. So as an example, we cluster the projects in what we call portfolio. They can come out of the open call, and so they become thematic portfolios, or they can come out as a challenge call, and we call them challenge portfolios. Here you can see some examples of portfolios that are or challenge or thematic, and we group here projects coming out of the different funding scheme, and we try to set up a common framework, identify synergies, and help them in driving, so more on what we like to call the ambidexterial approach, so looking at the short term, so more market driven, but also looking at the long term, so more science driven. These are examples of challenges. Here you see that the challenges in the clean area ranged from green hydrogen up to other kind of technologies such as energy storage. And what is important is that when we work with a portfolio, we really try to identify synergies and try to explore how to connect also with the relevant stakeholders, because we all know that when we speak about deep technologies, we really need the stakeholders, the environment to be aware, and the applicant, the developer of the technology to be aware what the market wants. As I always say, the boss of the innovation is the customer. And so we want, since they want the scientists to look at the potential customer. This can change. Innovation is done of failures, but we need to run as much as possible, trying to overcome the problems, also the legislative problems. So as an example, this year there is an accelerator challenge on energy storage, linked also with the big issues of the materials and all the recent policies of the Net Zero Industry Act or of the Critical Raw Materials Act. We want to overcome the limits of Europe for the future of the energy storage. So we want also the projects to develop new kind of energy storage technologies that can lead the future of the European green transition. Another example of a challenge is on the transition, so to bring from the proof of principle to the prototype. And in this case, we want environmental intelligence to set up a new potential market where we combine sensors in situ or ex situ, so the acquisition of data, then the analysis and the processing of data to identify remediation technologies in case of pollution, or to help the policymaker to have data, so to put in place policy data driven for the future. So these are two examples of challenges. And what I always say to all the interested person, in this case in your country, consider that in the IC, we really want the best innovators to understand which is the best, let me say, team to set up. So you do not have to think that you cannot apply if you do not have a team, or if you want to stay with the mentality of the scientists. We are also here to help setting up teams that can be the final exploiter of your technology. So the most important thing to conclude when looking at the different, let me say, also feedback from the jury members, is to consider that when you apply for the EIC, you have to clear in mind that you don't want to make what we call the basic science. We want people to start looking at the innovation, at the exploitation. This is our mandate to set up, let me say, also the deep tech European ecosystem of innovation in a more broader spectrum and in a more effective spectrum. That is also why we always want and fight to connect the public money with the private money. So we are, and in the terms of the VC, a crowding in investors wanting the private sector to come in our initiatives. Here you can find more information on all the info day for our work program of the 2023. Thank you very much. And sorry for the connection problems.
Thank you very much, Francesco. Very concise presentation. Thank you for presenting this. And actually, yeah, just to add that people can find these the work program. It can be found online and also on the link that you provided. I think we have a question from the audience. Very quick one.
From your experience,
Your microphone.
Oh, sorry. Now it's okay. Sorry. Hi, I'm just learning. So okay. From your experience when you are consulting as a business manager, applicants from wide countries, what are the biggest mistakes or the pitfalls you are noticing when they are preparing applications? What they can avoid doing? Any advice? Thank you.
Yeah, if I understood well, some tips. The first tip, as I said before, thanks for the question, is really to consider that we want to see, for example, in the Pathfinder, great science, but with identifying and understanding that we want to have the final application. So what is important is also to look at the partnership on the side of setting up a partnership that can really try to exploit the innovation results coming out of science. If we go the other way around in the accelerator, what is important is to have the starting point of the prototype, and so to look at this application with a double mind of really having clear on one side, which are the market opportunities, so to know very well the competitors, and to have the team ready to go to the market or to say clearly, we do not have a team, but we know what we are lacking, and having a strategy, for example, for what now is called the venture team building. And last but not least, to really identify the value proposition, why we should give you the money, where are the competitive advantage, which is, for example, your intellectual property strategy as part of your value proposition. I don't know if this was you were waiting for as an answer, or if my answer was in line with the question.
She's saying that she's satisfied with your answer. Thank you again for.
Thank you, Spiridon, to everybody. Sorry for the problems, and obviously Spiridon, I mean, he knows me quite well. So if you need every kind of help, you just grab me an email or give me a phone call. We are always happy to help where it's possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and have a nice day. We'll switch to the EA grants, and the Vice President Research from Sintev, Peter Stoa. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll go straight to the point. Maybe I'll wait for the first PowerPoint to enter the screen. Thank you. I'll have a short, and I'll make it quite short, and you'll get the PowerPoint so that you can read more details afterwards. Presentation of what I believe is a fairly well-kept secret when it comes to funding, even for the research and development of within energy, and that is the EEA and Norway grants, funded by Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway, who are the members in the EU that are not members. To say it that way, but these grants is these countries' tickets to enter or to open the door into the European market. So that's why we have these grants. It's a funding opportunity, somewhat kind of a structural fund. If I guess that's something that is fairly well known within the EU. I'll say immediately that there's no calls kind of based on these grants out for the moment, but they will be in the shaping for the next period. So that's why kind of we're lifting this up to make you aware of that happening. Next slide. The goal of the grants is to reduce the economic and social disparities between regions in Europe. Next slide. And you can see that these grants have had, they're divided in periods. First one was in 2004, when the EEA agreement was signed, and it's been renewed ever since. And as you can see, it was intended that it should be a new period from 22 and on, but for different reasons, the 2014 to 2021 period was prolonged into 2024. So the next one will start in 25 and from there on. As you can see from the timeline, meaning that the negotiations will start soon as to how to spend these funds. It starts with a discussion, yeah, no, fine, just move on. At the EU level on how the funds are distributed to different or selected countries within EU. Then the next slide. And it's based on the criteria, the gross national income of the different countries. So that's kind of how the countries who are eligible for using these funds are kind of selected. Next slide. It starts, also each program period starts with an MOU, and it's usually at the European level with some guidance as to how these funds should be used. It should be used for, you could say, lifting the economies, research and development, also increasing research capacity also, you could say, having these countries more active into the whole European innovation scheme is typically something that's funded through these grants, together with, you could say, very concrete projects like insulating a school that needs insulation in order to save energy. Next slide. These slides are mainly just examples to show that when we enter the negotiations at the country level, there's kind of the tradition is that there's priority areas and there's program or priority sectors, I mean, and program areas within the sectors. These are specified and negotiated at the country level. Next slide. This is in, no, not this one, go ahead. This is an example from the latest negotiations with Lithuania. And then the next slide. The disappointing part, you could say, is that it only led to one project within the energy area. So what I'd like to kind of say is that yeah, that's the right slide. Is that we have to kind of change this, certainly. Also, you have energy researchers. This is quite a large amount of funding. When the negotiation starts, I don't think there'll be any hindrance for kind of increasing energy from the EU side. What I think is necessary is that both the government in Lithuania, the researchers, the industry here, get to know this, get to be around the table when the negotiations kind of focus on priority areas or sectors and areas to work within. And one idea might be, like I said, was one of the critical factors for Norway to fund the participation of the research community in the research communities like ERA, or active in the set plan from the Lithuanian side, to be around the table when projects are kind of decided, or at least the consortia are made to chase projects there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Indeed, I don't know how many of you knew the EA and the Norway grants before, and what are their availability in the country. Most likely, I mean, on research and innovation, the most famous ones are within Horizon 2020, either cluster 1 to 5 or widening projects. But it's always positive to see, well, what is there, how the countries can benefit from them, and how to access them. For the last parts, and what Lithuania is doing to attract and support the applicants, and there's a lot of work both from the minister side and the NECP, and we'll have to know right away. So I would like to invite Aiste from the Ministry of Science, Education and Sports. Yeah, you can move here. Let me find your
Hello, everyone. So I'm Aiste from the Ministry of Education, Science and Sports. I was kindly invited by the organizers to present the efforts of the Ministry of Education and Science and Sports in encouraging Lithuanian participation in Horizon Europe. And I will have just with the mouse. Okay, I will have just one slide. This is quite concise slide, but it's quite comprehensive, I believe, because it shows our incentives package that is targeted for the encouragement of Lithuanian research and innovation community to enter international networks, to improve our competences, to raise awareness about the available opportunities, and also to help with funding. So in the first package that I called international networking, you can see that we are providing some support for participation in international networks and associations. So applicants can simply apply for some funds to cover association membership fees, for example, or to go to some meetings in these associations. We also are providing support for Lithuanian institutions to join European infrastructures, research and innovation infrastructures. In the second block of competences and awareness raising, I think our main two activities, the most prominent ones, are enhancement of our NCP network. So we are doing it with the help of recovery and resilience funds and structural funds. We are also funding Lino office that was already represented in the morning session. And we are going to continue these activities. Further on, we are also now establishing, we are already in the works of establishing Science and Innovation Advisors Network in the government office and all ministries. We hope that this will help us to somehow connect other sectors with the research sector and to have a constant dialogue between us and other ministries. Further on, we have some measures foreseen in the so-called Horizon Europe Acceleration Package that foresees some training for applicants, some expert advice. And we also have foreseen some support for Lithuanian research institutions and universities that can somehow implement and get more acquainted with different ERA principles. For example, they can establish human resources strategies in their institutions, or they can develop some strategies for foreign interference. So all these ERA or European keywords that are now popular and important, and that gender, for example, equality strategy, and all those things can be developed also with our help. And the final block is project funding. So here we focus on European partnerships. We also are going to fund Seal of Excellence projects of such programs as Marie Curie, European Innovation Council. We are also foreseeing support for ESC and Marie Curie fellowships that have not received Seal of Excellence, but that were evaluated above threshold. So those also will receive some support. And we are planning some co-funding of Horizon Europe projects that will still need it. We are planning also co-funding of teaming project. We are very happy that finally we received two teaming project funding for two teaming projects. And we are quite pioneers in transfer of funds from structural funds to Horizon Europe. We decided to use this form of synergies. And our ministry, together with the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, is going to transfer 18.5 million euros to Horizon Europe for 24-25 years goals, and to use those funds for funding ESC, Marie Curie, Marie Skłodowska-Curie, and European Innovation Council projects. So we will see where we have some projects that are just above the funding list. So they will have bigger possibilities to be funded. So that's in a nutshell our support measures.
Thank you very much. Actually, we see the background, funding, organization, and project part of the lean office that it was presented before.
Yeah.
The NECP network that Aurelia will tell us right away. And also the co-funding of the European Innovation Council that Francesco presented before. So you're in the middle of everywhere. But now we'd like to zoom in to the NECP and to see what actions do they take to support the applicants apart and on top of what you are doing from the side of the ministry. Please, Aurelia.
Thank you. It's like dancing chairs. Well, I'm not only going to talk about the NCP network. I think my topic was the challenges and opportunities in Horizon program. I don't have a presentation, so just going to make a kind of an intervention. Horizon program, as we all know, is a very much of an impact-driven program. The program strives to achieve scientific impact, technological impact, scientific impact through a variety of policy actions, the ones that I has mentioned and we all know and we heard today, but at the same time from a very well-designed programs, destinations, and goal topics. This move towards creating a very impactful research and innovation ecosystem has a direct impact on widening countries. As an example, PANTERA program, in which core topics in destination 1 and 2 are designed to find the pockets of excellence and fund those just in EU3 countries, avert the brain drain, and support the capacity building and innovation through networking with advanced partners, and utilize other resources of funding through the synergies. PANTERA program is an excellent example of showcasing growing research and innovation capacity in EU13. Just an example, this horizontal pillar has the highest percentage of high quality proposals in 21-22 calls compared to other 3 pillars, meaning that applications submitted to the PANTERA program are really high and excellent, and there's more of them above the threshold. Nevertheless, the country participants from the widening countries for the pillar 1, 2, and 3 have the challenges. And those challenges are at the application, at the applicants level, organization level, and national level as well. And that's kind of very much reflected in our national context. We could actually look at this problem more kind of holistically and look at and I thought about how to structure those challenges. So one of them is very much on organizational structures and the support, meaning that many organizations, either businesses or non-private, do not even have international strategies that are actually up to date, that are very clearly focused on the strengths of the institution. We have heard today from quite a few speakers that we need to focus what we're good at. We can't fund everything. What is the focus? What is the European strategy? What are the strategies for the different fields that we're good at? And how we can attract international funding from different funding agencies. Some of those strategies exist in some institutions, however, they are outdated. They are too ambitious and do not focus on the specific areas, and they don't have a follow-up plan. If we're saying in the institution, we're going to increase our funding from Horizon Europe by 100%, how are we going to do that? We don't have the research management in place. We don't have enough talent to do that. We don't have other incentives in place. So that, I think, is still very present. And I mentioned incentive scheme. Not all the institutions, business and none, have incentives as well. We need to know. We know that in some biggest universities around Europe, there's incentivization schemes for researchers going into big consortiums. There's encouragement in terms of the financial reimbursement, as well as some recognition awards, making sure that the facilities are available for those researchers to access, or the innovators. in most of the institutions and organizations across the widening countries, well, not the majority, but in most, there are very only few strong research management offices. When we talk about the research management office, sometimes we don't even know what the research management office is, but actually looking at those institutions across Europe who are doing extremely well on Horizon Europe and other programs, one of the first things in the science is strong research management capacity, not only centrally in terms of professional services, but at the researchers and innovators level. So that's kind of organizational structure coming, but there's hardly any, or in some cases too ambitious top-down drive to encourage applications towards the Horizon Europe. And there's experience and skills. No planning and building of the skills as well. That goes back to organization and the strategy. Goes back to the lack of the grantsmanship, encouragement of the leadership of the institutions or the businesses to network. How important is the networking? And we're lacking that, and it's not even built into the system of the education and as well of in the innovation side of the businesses. When there's no networks, we don't learn. We heard how important is collaboration. Then that leads to lack of awareness of the opportunities, no research management skills, and again, lack of skills to apply and go for these bigger grants. And all of these, I think, so we can dwell into the details. We have only 5 minutes, but all of this is encapsulated by the culture. You know, we are coming here, we have the culture in the widening countries, and Lithuania is no exception. Some countries are better than others. Look at Portugal, Greece, as well Cyprus. But more kind of northern, central part of the Europe widening countries, they have this perceived mindset that, oh, you know, Horizon Europe is too difficult. We will fail. They believe in myths rather than actual facts. You know, I still hear the comments that it's only 10% success rate. No, that's a myth. Now Horizon Europe overall success rate is 20% for Lithuania. So we somehow convince ourselves that it's not even worth trying. So this culture thing that persists across different variety of the sectors, not only in the higher education. There's a low activity and lack of asking for help, meaning, you know, the NCP network is being strengthened, and we can see the reflection of that in the Good Horizon Europe results. But at the same time, the lack of asking for help or asking at the last minute because there's no culture, again, creates this mindset that why to bother, nobody's going to help, even though there are opportunities. So those overall are challenges, but however, out of those challenges, there's plenty of opportunities that Lithuanian researchers and innovators can get. You know, I just presented a package, a very generous package for the businesses, higher education institutions, NGOs, and other players to go for Horizon Europe proposals. They just have to be a strategy from the institutional point of view, how to access that package. What is our next steps? What are you going to do that? Ask for help. You know, we have excellent science and excellent researchers, and that is evident with our 2 teaming projects that we just got. We have one coordinated project now as well at the LAE that we got by ourselves. And so with these all the support mechanisms, with partners and collaborations, not only in Lithuania, but I think so in all the other widening countries, there's a real chance to closing the gap just a little bit. But I think it's a huge and complex ecosystem, and just by fixing one element, it does not fix the other. So it has to be a very comprehensive overview and investment in a variety of sections. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aurelia. It was actually quite concise what you're doing, and actually some of the reasons for low participation we saw also from Ivan's presentation from our side, from research side, how these was tackled. But I saw many common points, and they are not dissimilar to the ones that we see in other EU13 countries, even in EU15 countries, and some of them, what are the main barriers. But we'll get back to it shortly. I would like to now invite Tadas to show us Thomas Garolis. This was a very successful involvement in collaboration platforms and EU funding platforms, and which are the partnerships, and how this has been coordinated by an association and involves so many different partners across the country. Please.
Thank you very much. How to navigate slides? Okay.
Here or here?
Okay. Thank you. So it seems like, okay, my name is Tomas Garolis. I'm representing Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists here. And what I noticed that the collaboration is like a hot topic here in this discussion, and it's already recognized as a success factor. So I hope that my presentation will be just in line with that. So very shortly, who we are. I would like to introduce briefly organization. Lithuanian Confederation of Industrialists is an umbrella organization for a large part of the Lithuanian economy. And as you see on the slides, numbers speaks for themselves. We are in charge of 46% of Lithuanian GDP. It's a larger business community in Lithuania. So will not stop on that too much. Yeah, we are part of Interina project as an association, and funding of the project is provided by Lithuanian government. Thank you for that. And it has started 2019. Completion date is 2023. Coordinator is Innovation Agency, and the partners is us, Confederation of Industrialists and Lithuanian Innovation Center. And as part of Interina project, we participate in international partnerships to achieve its goals. So then the story starts. Yeah. Yes, we are not just in one partnership. Confederation of Lithuanian Industrialists participates in 3 partnerships. As a member of EFRA, EFRA stands for European Factories of the Future Research Association, in the Made in Europe partnership, so on the first column. Then in the Connected Cooperative and Automated Mobility Partnership as a member of the Connected Cooperative and Automated Association. And in the Process for Planet Partnership, ASPIRE. ASPIRE stands Sustainable Process Industry through Resource and Energy Efficiency Association. So it's a bit complicated, but it goes like that. And me personally, I am part of the Process for Planet Partnership, the one in the red circle. And this is why I would like to share my experience of the activities, processes, and benefits of Process for Planet Partnership. And it's to some extent reflects processes and opportunities in other partnerships mentioned just right now. The aim for Process for Planet Partnership is to transform European process industries, the chemical, petrol industry, to achieve circularity and overall climate neutrality and the EU climate goals by 2050. And of course, to take care about competitiveness of the industry. Process for Planet is a European co-programmed public-private partnership established between ASPIRE as a private entity, it's a private entity, and the European Commission in the context of Cluster 4 of Horizon funding program. Yes, and aim of Process for Planet Partnership is to promote a holistic, systemic, socio-economic approach. It's not just a technological issues, actually. And the partnership has strategic importance of the European industry delivering impact on its global technical lead. Next. The most important process for planet document is SUPEERA. SUPEERA stands for Strategic Research and Innovation Agenda. In SUPEERA, SPIRE community outlines the innovations needed to enable climate neutral, circular, and competitive process industries for 2050. The 14 innovation areas presented in SUPEERA are expected to deliver technological and non-technological solutions. The full SUPEERA is built up from 36 detailed, and when I say detailed, it's really like that. It's detailed rather. Innovation programs that are clustered in distinct innovation areas. The innovation programs push multiple technologies towards commercial application, and about 50% of the developed technologies could be applied by 2030, and the rest of them 100% by 2050. Nevertheless, SUPEERA is a living document. It will be updated this year. And the document has a practical use. I can tell that from my own experience. And I recommend for you as a guidebook, actually. It's really useful document. It's close to 300 pages document, but it's publicly available for information. So it's really good one. So the next slide. I will briefly outline the organizational and operational structure of SPIRE now. Its members come from 22 countries and represent 180 different organizations. The highest governing body is the General Assembly, followed by Board of Directors, Executive Director, and the administration. In terms of content, the work and representation of members' interests is carried out by and through participation in permanent, advisory, and programmatic working groups. I am personally, it's encircled, involved in the ambassadors to member states groups, and one of the tasks that this group has is to make proposals how to help and how to support low-performing countries. So I'm in that group as well. So then I'm in two permanent groups, energy and industrial symbiosis, hubs for circularity, and also the portfolio group, which has task of full portfolio review. So it's quite process made, and internal processes are really well developed in this partnership, I would say. Yeah. Now now I will be selling partnership since I'm from business. The benefits of being within partnership. The main benefit is improvement of internationalization, actually. For example, by participating in the discussions on specific draft calls, it's possible to comment on the working document, on the draft, and to tailor the calls more closely to the needs and capabilities of industry, and even to the needs of national players, to propose on how to improve programs, so you can influence that. Besides, it's a good place to exchange information and on opportunities to participate in consortia and to pitch the companies. And here we have one company that I invited to, and we took part together in pitching session. So, but I think, Rolandas, he's missing now. Then the partnership format can also be used for advocacy purposes, but in coordination with the national institutions responsible for implementation of innovation policy. That's. To get the most of the partnership, you need to dedicate resources, to be in contact with national institutions, and to be well updated on capabilities, motivation, and ambitions of your companies. So to say, you need to have a system behind you to make success. Here, the slide I just to draw your attention to a fragment of the working program that the partnership has worked hard to improve and to make it fit for the purpose. And in some of those, there is also my comments that were implemented as well. Maybe a few. So, and yeah, once again, I would like to reiterate the partnerships we are as a confederation involved in. The Made in Europe partnership is represented by our innovation expert Gintaras Vilda, and he will join us probably this afternoon. Then Connected Cooperative and Automated Mobility partnership is represented by partner Inga Ablingene. Yeah, and here is me, Tomas Gorolis, from Confederation of Industrialists. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Thomas. I think it's very impressive that you have brought together all these industrial players under an umbrella, and you provide, I would say, a tunnel to access the European platforms through your organization, and you participate to the partnerships in order to influence and shape together, of course, with other stakeholders, the future course of research and innovation. And this is, I see it as the voice and the needs of Lithuania industry are represented on the future research and innovation funding. I will try now to see how we can do this panel discussion. Maybe we can come closer. I will try to switch the camera to the. Just give me a second.
It's a high technology now. The camera on the.
We have to come closer to each other. Maybe.
No. I think we can do it with the other one. Voila. Just have your mics. Okay. Yeah. Thank you again. So I don't know if there are any questions from the audience online or here. Any hand raised from the room? Oh, yeah, please go ahead.
I just welcome the grid. I have a question for Esther. We have quite a lot of solution, for example, that's the report of housing project. And just come up with March 31st. So, for example, if we don't get right, what is the process of unlocking the funding that you showed for the project that failed to get the funding from President?
What kind of projects have you submitted?
It's a project for digital twin. It's quite a large consortium, but just as well for information for the future, because we are involved in other projects or another we are in the course. So for the future, what's the process of getting that funding?
So we provide, can you switch off? Yeah, so we can provide funding for projects that receive seal of excellence. And seal of excellence usually is provided for mono-beneficiary projects. Because in the case of big consortium, it's not so easy, to provide alternative funding, because if you are not funded by the European Commission, it means that, for example, 10 or 15 partners have to search for alternative funding in order to fund the same project. Yeah.
So the funding that I was explaining, it's possible for mono-beneficiary actions. So data usually Marie Skłodowska-Curie postdoctoral fellowships, European Research Council grants, and then European Innovation Council accelerator grants. So these are the main ones. But for example, if you have some project that is not funded 100% from the European Commission, and in case the state aid rules allow, so for example, you are purely making fundamental research, but you are getting 50%, then you can apply for co-funding of your project, and this can be done through the central management project agency. And this is also foreseen for research institutions and universities, not for companies because of the state aid rules.
Right. Any other question from the room?
This one online.
Oh, there is one online. Can somebody read it online?
Yes, Spiridon, it's me. It's Berta.
Oh, hi, Berta.
Hi again. So three very interesting presentations. I have a question for Thomas. I wonder then, so usually, or there is a sort of mantra that research organizations might help industry to come to the EU, let's say. So it's academia or the research community that sort of pulls industry towards the EU. But in your case, I wonder how the opposite happens. So I'm questioning, you have very well presented that you are very well placed. Your organization is in the middle of the shaping of what's happening in three very important partnerships. So my question is then very concretely, when you are then, let's say, building up consortia for projects that are dedicated to those specific calls that are being drafted by, among other partners, yourself, have you then tried to bring research organizations from Lithuania in when then shaping those consortia? So as a sort of channel, as Spiridon very well said, not just for your industrial players, but also for your colleagues from the research community in your country.
Yes, it's not easy task actually, and the earlier you start, the better your result is. And when it comes to Aspire partnership, we are just one year there, and we are learning on our mistakes and on mistakes of our colleagues. And yeah, to be successful, you need to start as early as possible, to be there, to participate, to discuss, to get knowledge about calls that are coming, and just in advance to look for ones that could be your partners in the future calls sometimes. And even this event, it's also opportunity to network and to try to find new partners that could be useful for calls, for future calls. And yeah, actually, I would say that if I wouldn't be in this Aspire partnership, that probably I will not be available here in this event today. So the network creates network. So it's like progression.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. But that means, right, that you have not had the time yet to sort of also bring your research community from your country in let's say, EU proposals that sort of originate from this partnership process for planet. But there is the potential for that then.
Yes, we do that, and we were trying. This is so because in our how to say, in portfolio of our members, it's not just a business. It's also institutes universities, and yeah, we really have this opportunity to bring them together, because yeah, like Lithuanian Energy Institute is our member. Actually.
Wonderful.
And then the biggest factories or petrochemical industry is also our members. So we have those tools to match them together.
Sounds promising. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Berta, and Thomas for the response. I would like to ask Aurelia, you mentioned several barriers to, reasons for participation, starting from organizational to skills to culture. What do you think that as an NECP you can help with? Of course, changes and at the culture, we know that are not coming from one day to the other. But providing a service to applicants does not automatically mean that you will have applications or people that will ask you to provide the service. So from all these barriers that you mentioned, I jot them down here. Which one you think that you will be more successful? The NECP could be more successful on increasing the participation of proposals and getting it more than 20% that you mentioned success.
Oh, okay, I can answer here. Okay, brilliant. Thank you. That's a very good question. I sometimes joke that NECPs are the cheerleaders of the Horizon Europe, because that's how we feel in Lithuania. What it means is that we are promoting Horizon Europe through the events, networking, matchmaking, involving and encouraging applicants to apply. So there is a culture change that NECPs really contribute to. And I strongly believe that because for the applicants knowing that they have a one-stop shop they can go to and say, hi, I'm applying for this role, I don't understand, help me, is really a value added. When that question comes, then depends on the quality of the proposal that is being submitted. So NECPs have their minimum NECP standard guides that is being published and agreed by all member states that we follow. And we have obviously go an extra mile as well for our applicants in Lithuania. So that involves proofreading, so improving the quality of the applications, and at the same time developing the skills of the applicants too. So yes, so the culture change, the skills needed to apply, it's experience of those applicants, and motivating them as well, that if you don't succeed once, you must reapply and look at the mistakes. In terms of organizational structures and incentives, we are going to have as one of those Horizon Europe acceleration projects that Isaac has mentioned, to organize events, to be able to purchase the experts, subcontract some expert advice, as well as the training. So we will even increase the skills as well for and the capacity of the applicants for other needs that NECPs will be coordinating. So I think we do touch on all of them, but NECP is just one part of the bigger ecosystem. So just because we have a strong NECP and developing an NECP team doesn't mean that suddenly we're going to have a huge success. We can't be a horse to the water, but we can't make it drink.
I like the lesson. Okay, thanks a lot. We have a question from the audience.
Well, just quickly to see, I have noted two things. For the partnerships, we need to stay successful. We have 3 golden partnerships, 45 the number of points. We have a good, strong influence. We don't use our pay. We have heard about Horizon Europe that we are the agreements. As the researchers, we consider ourselves handicapped because we are we lost faith. And I think there we have to find an answer of how we can bring faith back into the message, innovation. We feel strong enough that they can find the consortia out there, that they can be winners. And I'm sure that if we try to lead the there is such an innovation into platforms like Vilnius that they can collaborate, they can come close to you, and they can really find their strong points fitting in to already strong consortia in Europe. They can gain back the strength of successful and not lose faith. We know that Europe is very competitive, very. We shouldn't lose faith when we know where our strong points are and research where we can fit in. How can we solve this issue by addressing from the point that we know that to be successful, you have to bring forward your competitive advantage. I'm coming back to that because I do feel that we need to bring faith back into researchers in lower countries in weakly connected countries.
Just waiting for the green to go on. Oh.
So
That's okay, thank you. I agree on the piece where you're summarizing the points that I have made when I presented. It's about the culture change, isn't it? About the encouragement. And I think NECP's role is very strong in that, like going and knocking on the doors as well as saying is it is possible. But there has to be an internal motivation to apply. So I think just from the bottom up, there's that much you can do, but there has to be strategies. There has to be institutions motivating researchers going and joining those partnerships. And if they fail, it's okay to fail. We'll learn from the mistakes, we'll reapply again. The reapplication rate in Lithuania is very low. They try once, and that's it. We didn't succeed, it's not for us. You know, but you will fail more times than you will succeed, but at some point you will succeed. So it's a changing of the mindset, and we can do that, I think, when we all work together. So the researchers, innovators need to know about the opportunities with the partnerships, you know. So you from your side say, you know, Horizon Europe, it's not a beast that you imagine it to be. We are trying to demystify it throughout the events, consultations, you know, one-to-one training. Then there are best practice examples as well need to be shared. And I think as well, we're not talking about enough about the successes and failures that we should share, because after those failures are successes, but it's a process. I think we might get to it by the end of the program, so we will be ready for FP10.
Thank you both for this short dialogue. I would like now to ask Aiste about, you mentioned so many directions on how you support the ministry applicants. And I would like to stop and stare a bit on the training activities that you have for Horizon Europe applicants, and to ask maybe to have a zoom in and in practice how they work. For example, do they how you channel these funding and programs to reach the actual applicant? I mean, just to put it in a practical level, I'm from a university in Kaunas, and I'm interested to improve my capacity to draft Horizon Europe proposals, despite being, of course, competitive and so on. I don't have the aspiration to become the best within. So, and I pick up the phone and I give you a call and say, Aiste, I would like to some help from your side. What programs you have there? What is there for me? What is there for my institution?
So all this will be done through NECP. So they will get a project for trainings, and they will organize it. So they have to, I think they still have to develop the real pathways, but it will be done through the same door, same window, NECPs. We're not creating different strand of trainings or no different office that will train suddenly someone. So it will be done through NECPs. So I think it will be quite easy and pretty easy. And I would also like to a little bit to elaborate on the point raised by you about the lost cases. I think that in Lithuania, framework programs are still not so perceived as prestige. And it's still not highly valued by the, for example, rectors of universities. If somebody wins, for example, ESC, then they are happy. But they do not encourage too much researchers to go and to take this risk. And if you look, for example, at the institutional structures and the all encouragement system, structural funds projects are valued the same like Horizon Europe. And sometimes they even more value structural funds projects because they have higher budgets for our participants. Because in Horizon Europe projects, quite often we get a small budget. And then, for example, rectors or vice rectors, they say, oh, it's such a big trouble, new rules and such a small budget, you know. So it's still not such a value. And our ministry already some years ago tried to change the evaluation system of our research institutions and universities and to give higher weights for international projects. And surprisingly, up to now, already some years back, it has not translated into the different criteria for research. So institutions can get more points and more funding from the government if they get more funding from Horizon, but still they do not start requiring more applications and more efforts from the researchers. Because we were sure it will make a change, but it's not so fast and not so quick. So all this process is requiring time and, as Aurelia said, the change in mindset and in culture, and it's not so fast.
Yeah. Probably they don't have the resources. They take this stand of weaker. I am yes. Yeah, we will find the opportunities that are less
competitive.
Resource required.
I think there are more resource required structural funds because applications are big. All public procurement procedures are very complicated. Everything is more complicated, but they know how to do it. You know, they're doing all those sometimes very extended procedures, very time-consuming procedures, but they know how to do it, and they know that success rate is higher than the Horizon. And that's one, I think.
So it's also a matter of choice. I mean, if you're an organization, you choose where to spend your resources. Yeah, Horizon Europe's become more competitive. But okay, I think, of course, we're a bit over time, but we can take one question or two. Petr, please.
Sorry to stretch the time. Well, as I just want response from the person together with the industry is the one planning. And then one experience from Norway is that I've been working with NECPs. The first time you try, you need help from the NECPs. But the third or fourth time, you kind of you get to understanding a history to need that. So it's a good thing to focus on the ones who kind of for the first time, and then it's class when it comes to with the application. But when it comes to the other part that we kind of find an important part to discuss having to set the agendas for the partnerships for the different program periods, then we have to work together continuously because they're kind of again creating the national team to push for the right issues to be part of the agenda is a corporate directive that kind of just continues. And just kind of the prestige part of it also together kind of with what we see at the research institute when we Also when we become European champions, as opposed to Norwegian champions, that means quite into the industry Norway. Also they kind of want to question our capacity or knowledge when we live in Europe instead of just Norway. So that's something to kind of say for the industry too when it comes to encouraging the industry. And my last, I think when you have goals and you have instruments and push them, do you need to progress to see what works, what does not work, kind of on the instruments, as you see the participation grows or go down or stuff.
Well, since all our package was the main elements of the incentive package was developed in the framework of Recovery and Resilience Fund. So we have some, common indicators because we believe that it's quite difficult, to measure how much training helped, how much NCP advice helped, and how much incentive or possibility to receive additional funding from transit resolve helped, So we are still, believing that you can be successful if you have all kinds of support. But of course, you must somehow promote it as a package, because usually it's not enough just to tell and go to NCP. Because they should have some already capacity and some knowledge and some training and some understanding how a proposal looks like, and must be able to accept the support from NCPs. So we believe that, of course, at the end, I think we'll make some analysis, what was popular, what was helpful and not. But I believe that anyway, we should continue package approach and not some single, support stream.
Thank you, Petra, for the question, for the answer. Is there any other comments? If you want, Relia, or something to add?
Spirit.
Berta?
Yeah, I just have I put it on the chat as well. I'm just curious. It was very interesting to hear Aistea mentioning that, let's say, the top level of academia is not encouraging researchers that much towards the EU. So I was actually wondering if there's any defined return rate that Lithuania, the government, has set to sort of bring back from the money that each country puts as a sort of joint pot for then this Horizon Europe program, say. Is there any percentage, a specific percentage that Lithuania is aiming at?
We are not aiming at exact percentage, but we are aiming to double funding in comparison to Horizon 2020.
Okay. That's already substantial, so that it's somehow a bit not fully harmonized with what we just mentioned, that let's say the top level of some of the academia community is not encouraging. So probably there's potential to also harmonize those numbers, so that if you want to double something, you really need to encourage people, right? So it's a very, very interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Berta. I have a last question. Sorry, the time, we're a bit over time, but we'll soon go for lunch. One last question to Thomas. There are so many platforms out there, partnerships, especially within the set plan on energy or industry. Do your individual members know about the opportunities that they can have? I mean, for example, influencing research and innovation calls or participating in the different working groups. Do they know about these opportunities? And if yes, are they interested, or they have a different timeline because long term, sometimes not something that is very interesting to people from the private sector.
It's actually it's ongoing discussion now within SPIRE. If they decide to allow anyone to join any group, because in fact this is a private association and it should be balanced. It's a discussion is ongoing how to deal with that. But from my personal perspective, when I need some advice or when I need some expertise, so then I go to my member and we are discussing, and then I delivering solution back to SPIRE. And sometimes I really need very in-depth knowledge which I'm not capable alone to have, like hydrogen electrolyzers, new technologies, things like that. Then I go back to my members. But this is how confederation works. Actually, we have to have mandate, and we getting this mandate from our members. And if we have in our portfolio some experts, then we are trying to use them. So then through confederation, this expertise comes to the society, so to say, to SPIRE community today. But this discussion is ongoing within SPIRE, how to get more expertise and how to balance partnership.
And you know, it's on the same parts. I mean, we're in a different corner of the set plan. So that the European Technology Innovation Platform, called the ETIPS, which is mainly research and industry collaboration, they have merged with the working groups on battery association, the partnership, which is a co-program partnership. So it's not co-funded by governments; it's funded by industry, by business. So we have merged the working groups, so the ETIP and the partnership. So where they're all the people together, all the experts together in the same structure. So you can, and most of them are from individual companies, private companies, even small or big, but they have a say on preparing this document, SRIA. And I think this is also important for them to know what they can influence, how you can help them, and of course, how to get closer to researchers. And
it's a kind of shadow working groups, I would say. And now in Confederation we have innovation committee that is used to gather our members that are interested in innovations. So and then we are having discussions there, and sometimes those discussions can be very technical, but normally it's more about advocacy, I would say. But for some special purpose, you have to get together some few experts and discuss issue with them, and then to bring back to the community.
Okay, great. I would like to thank you all for your time. I wish we had 1 hour more to continue discussing these topics. One last question from the audience. Oh. We close for lunch now, but we gather first to have a picture all together. The people online, we will reconvene 2:45, which means 1:45 Brussels time.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Shall I open some microphones? Okay, can you hear me also from remote? Good, thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. Shall we start now the afternoon session of the workshop? According to the agenda, I will now introduce the PANTERA project that is coordinated by Venizelos Eftimio, that is here in the room, and has already presented himself during the morning. So PANTERA is a coordination and support action. It is lasting almost 5 years and a half. It started back in the 1st January 2019, and is coordinated by FOSS, and as a partner has several research center and organizations from all around Europe. They are marked in the image. We have RSC. I am from RSC. I'm Tekabiaki from RSC. I'm in my company. I'm dealing with international activities and an European project, and I'm following PANTERA as a work package 2 leader. Apart from as RSC from Milano, we have other relevant organizations like FOSS that is coordinating the initiative from Cyprus. We have Suite 5. We have Technical University of Sofia from Bulgaria. Then we have UCD from Ireland, IP that is represented here by Anna Mutul and Irina from Latvia. Then we have Sinte from Norway with here present Andrei that is involved in the project, and also DERLAB from Germany. I will talk about DERLAB a little bit later. Okay, but what the PANTERA is actually doing, let's say, what is the mission? PANTERA aims to have to set up a European forum composed of research and innovation stakeholders in the energy field abroad, and in particular active in the smart grid field, trying to foster the involvement, a true involvement of all countries at European level. Therefore, as mentioned by Ivan from SUPEERA this morning, we share some objectives indeed with SUPEERA, and in fact we are organizing workshop together. It's a good collaboration between the two projects. Our target countries are mostly from the eastern part. Also, Italy is concerned, Portugal and Ireland, because looking at the statistics of some years ago about Horizon project, this country were also involved. But the true target countries are the one of the east, starting from Croatia, Greece, and the other ones. Okay, but how is our approach? That was the mission. The approach is to have a clear interaction with stakeholders from these countries, and to do so more effectively, we divided ourselves as partner of PANTERA in 6 desks plus 1 desk for best practices, and we are targeting 2-3 countries each desk. In this case, here we are in Lithuania, and the desk is composed by Latvia and Estonia, that are Baltic regions, so it's a well-defined region, as already pointed out this morning. Other desks, they are a little bit more for organizing purposes, but it's important for us to keep track of this division in order to really proceed with meaningful activity targeting local stakeholders. With this approach, we have organized several workshops all around Europe, especially, of course, in the eastern part. Here is just a slide to record some of them. We were in Romania last March, and in Hungary a couple of times between October and November, one time with the SUPEERA project. Like this workshop, we are trying to address the needs of stakeholders, collecting their views and their needs, as we are doing in this workshop. One other way to collect feedback from the stakeholders was through a survey that we launched at the beginning of the project, and actually gave us some very good insight that actually were very useful to direct our action during the past years. So what we have found through this survey was that which benefit the stakeholders actually were expecting from a project as coordination support action like PANTERA. They were expecting some first-hand insight into smart grid key projects, results, and outcomes. Networking as a potential activity for finding partners for European project, and of course learning from the experience of past projects. And We are trying to address all these points by our activities, especially through workshop and also through the collaboration of international activities that are ongoing and we are involved in, we are collaborating too. We are trying in this way to bridging the gap that there is between local stakeholders and high level European or ongoing or international activities that are somehow shaping the research innovation agenda and so on. Other main barriers that the stakeholders through the survey have indicated as main points that are actually hindering the research and innovation activities at EU level are reported here, and there's a lack of responsive network of facility, limited monetary and human resources. Of course, these two are linked, but it's not they are not the same point. And then limited national policy in support of R&D activities. Please, if you have time, reply to the question. The link is on the slide. The slide will be circulated. It will help us in the last part of the project to actually shape our last activities. Now I would like to present a little bit our interaction as PANTERA project with other initiatives that we are following, we are maintaining in view of solving and helping local stakeholders and needs as that I've presented in the previous slides. I've put here some logos. I will
changing slides. So
oh, sorry, they will change it here. Oh. Very sorry. In any case, I realize it now, thanks to Anna and other colleagues, that I'm not changing slides because I'm changing slides on my laptop in front of me, but not on the screen. In any case, we are still here fixed. These are this regional desk approach with 5 desks, 6 desks plus the best practice one, dividing the target countries of PANTERA. Then here we have a slide recalling different workshops we had in the past, like the one today. And here maybe I'll spend 1 minute here. That is the feedback from the survey. And here I reported the main benefits that stakeholders, according to the survey, are expecting from the European for the PANTERA project, and here the main barriers. I'm trying now to present our interaction and collaboration with several international activities in view of addressing these key points highlighted here in these slides. Here I was here, so no, it was not a big deal to catch up. And in any case, here we have several logos from international activities and also European projects that we are collaborating with. I'll be a little bit more detailed in the next slides. Let's change the current slide. Okay, first initiative we are collaborating is a mission innovation. I will bring here some general overview of this initiative. If you are interested, I'm involved in it. Please ask me. I can share you more deeper information. Mission innovation is a global initiative aimed to really boost research and innovation towards the Paris Agreement and decarbonization of economy. Here is an image of the launch. It's a governmental initiative and is organized in mission. Okay, we as Italy and together with China and United Kingdom, we are leading the Green Power Future mission, which goal is very much in line with the field tackled by the PANTERA project. It's to demonstrate by next decade the power system can run with up to 100% of renewable energies. There are other missions I will not describe in detail, but in any case, the key point is that mission innovation is a global initiative and is composed by mission, one of which is very much in line with the energy system. Scope and objective of this Green Power Future mission, I have already presented it. And it's we are working through different phases. We are now in a phase that is actually implementing what we are proposing, we've proposed last year. We have several countries involved all over the world, and we have also private sector companies and international organizations. But why this is relevant for Pantera? This is relevant because Mission Innovation is setting some guidelines for the research innovation agenda as proposed the roadmap and an action plan. I should have the slides afterwards. These are the partnership. Okay, it's just a reference slide. Okay, as I was saying, we have put forward an action plan that is actually indicating which are the most urgent innovation priorities to be tackled, and we've launched 2 flagship projects. We believe that bring these initiatives also to countries that are less involved in EU international level activity is really helpful for them to be engaged and to be aware of the main research agendas of all over the world. Another key point is that Mission Innovation, in particular within the Green for Future mission, has been developed as a platform to share results and outcomes from innovation activities, and it is named SGIA. That stands for Smart Grid Innovation Accelerator, and it's powered by a semantic search engine to look for results inside PDF documents and other reports. But why I'm put here this slide? Because we are collaborating with IRE platform that has been developed by the Pantera project and will be presented after my presentation by Venizelos, because we really believe that having 2 platforms that are not communicating between them is a loss of resources, let's say. So putting together and exchange information is really important, bringing the EU context from IRI and also a more international global dimension at from the Mission Innovation side. Okay, for Mission Innovation, I've already explained the main points. I would like here to present something regarding the support to the lack of a responding network of facility that was pointed out by several stakeholders as a key point hindering the launching of winning of successful European projects. Here, as a partner of Pantera, we have the ERLAB, that is actually a research network, an association of research laboratories active in the field of the energy system, that provides a good overview of the facility all over Europe. Then we are also collaborating with ISGAN, that is an international organization under the head of the IEA and of the Clean Energy Ministerial, that also is supporting the research innovation through a collaboration of facility. And we are also collaborating with the ERIGRID 2.0 project, that is a project dedicated to the research infrastructure, has been financed after a successful ERIGRID 2.0, let's say, under the Horizon program. Okay, I need to change slide here. Some more words about the ERLAB. The ERLAB is an association covering several research institutions all over Europe, and it maintains a database that now is also, I think, available through area, where you can find which expertise, which type of tests can be made all over Europe in different facilities. Therefore, if I'm not seeing here in this map highlighted any Baltic country. Therefore, if you have a facility that is able to perform tests and so on, please evaluate to be in contact with ERLAB. It can be a good point in promoting your work and also be involved in this network of partners. Regarding this, instead, is a little bit more wide scope, involving several countries all around the world. And I'll be a little brief on these slides because time is running. But in any case, slides are here for your reference. If you need any more detailed information, just ask me, also after this meeting. ISGAN has different working groups. It's organized in six working group. They are starting from 3 because the first working groups are finished their activities. One of which is SUPEERA, that is actually dealing with a network of research facilities all around the world. I was working in SIFEN in the past years. I was dealing with an activity with testing of inverter, and I get the support and was collaborating with a facility, Sandia, in the US. It was a really successful collaboration. And just to show you that be active, be part of this network, if properly managed, can support the uptake, can support the launch of successful innovation projects. A couple of words regarding ERG 2.0, that is an European project, as we was pointing out before. We are collaborating, and also in this case, it can support also organization outside the projects. There are opportunities for finance to exchange, to transnational access of research facilities. For if you have some experiment that you cannot carry out at your lab, you can apply for being funded and carry out the tests in another facility of the project. Finally, but least but not last, I would say, as usual, there is the ERA joint program of Smart Grids. Is an European joint program under the head of ERA, here represented by Spiridon and Ivan. ERA is the European Energy Research Alliance, is organizing joint programs. RSC is coordinating the one on Smart Grids that has the partners that are shown here on this slide. And also in this case, is trying to coordinate the research agendas of the single partners, as well as bring the voice, let's say, of Research and Innovation Center to the Commission. And for this a bilateral way of communication from the top to the bottom and to the bottom to the top about research need and so on the smart grid field. The joint program is organized in the following sub-programs covering the wide spectrum of activities within smart grids. This is my last slide, because about this we'll talk about Venizelos in a few minutes. And a key outcome of the Pantera project is the IRE platform, and that is also the way forward, let's say the heritage that the project will leave afterwards. And IRE vision is to become a reference point for European activities in the energy field. And we believe it's a really powerful environment to share results and to get results from European projects, because it's based on the Cordis and other European database on the GRC service providing and is able to provide information from several projects and initiatives ongoing all around Europe. I can stop here myself. I think that we are almost in line with the time, maybe some minutes of delay. Let's leave the floor to Venizelos Eftimio, the coordinator of Pantera from FOSS.
Can we find the presentation here?
Please.
Where is the presentation? Is this?
Just use this one with the pointer. Sorry, of course, I forgotten to present Anna Mutule that we share the presentation with Venizelos. I was forgetting it that is here with him. Can you see her? Otherwise, we can use this camera.
I don't know what this thing kind of.
Why is not just a second? No, you should that.
One second more. Where is the figure? You need to use the mouse with the pointer there. Okay.
Sorry?
Scroll.
Ah, and let's go from here.
No.
Is it in the full?
Ah, just that one.
In the full mode right now? In the screen?
Is it in presentation mode?
There.
Oh, is that one? Okay. Okay, good afternoon to all. I just wanted, before we start on this eerie, shall we say, trip, to show you what it's all about and where we are and what we can and what you can get through that. We would like to just say that we are nearly finishing the project. We are finishing in June this year. And if you are by any chance in Brussels for the Energy Sustainable Week, we will be hosting this final event on the 19th from 1 o'clock onwards until 20 hours in the evening, which we will finish with a cocktail, shall we say, to say goodbye from the project. And if you are in Brussels, you are welcome to join us. We will send you through the emails that we have the details of where we will be so that you can join us on the 19th of June at 13 hours in the afternoon. It will be, of course, our pleasure to have you with us. And here today in this presentation, we would like to just say a few more things about the ERI platform and what we can. Why is not ice there? Yeah. Okay. So the ERI platform, it has a concept that is aiming to be just 1 minute, I cannot see it here. That is a problem. Huh? No, it's a problem. It's okay.
We need to set up again the...
No, it's okay. It's okay. So the concept of ERI, it was planned to be a platform that was aimed to be the reference point for knowledge, information, data related to projects. But not only that, it was meant to bring together the activities of research and innovation community in Europe and help them to collaborate and build a collaboration forward through this platform. It was a way of bringing, let's say, through a single point of reference, as we show it here, to bring together the knowledge, data, information in Europe and have it facilitated for you to use through the platform, and also to give you the opportunity to collaborate through that and build good working relations with other stakeholders within your own region, area, but also throughout Europe. So this connectivity that is offered through ERI is something that has proved to be successful, because now ERI has been accepted by the Commission to be the reference platform for projects in Europe. They are including it in their, let's say, and they call it their own platform, as the Commission's platform, through which we would like to see project-related outcomes, results, tools, use cases, data sets to be available for others to use through ERI platform. We have built the correct, let's say, the platform through which we can have all these related data area, projects, results, and whatever, the information, the knowledge, well structured and well traced through a strong search tool that we have embedded on ERI for you to use and be able to pass to have access to all this. And of course, the ERI platform design principles are well structured to be interoperable. In other words, to have a seamless connectivity with other platforms and to be able to, or using a common taxonomy, to be able to relate to whatever outcomes are coming through the other platforms in a coordinated way. It's also extendable because there is no limit to how many platforms we connect to. When we connect to platforms, it doesn't necessarily mean that we replace platforms. No. What we do really, we connect with platforms and we communicate and we transfer the information from that platform to ERI, or if the information or knowledge or data is not transferable, is operating through that platform and being available for the user to use. So that capability is available through ERI. And of course, all functions that we have on ERI are modular. In other words, we build functionalities and we upload them and we integrate them, and they can be functional in parallel with everything else that is happening on ERI. So modularity is a very important, let's say, aspect of how ERI is functioning. It's scalable. In other words, it can grow, it can build, and it can extend knowledge and limitless, because it's all already connected on JRC servers, is within the smart energy area of JRC and the Commission. And so the area there can host unlimited information and data and knowledge that is servable through that. Its security is secure because it's using the security approach and principles of the Commission, and there is a lot of effort put into that in order to make it, let's say, protected and well reserved area for people to use. We have also designed a good practicable way of giving roles of whoever connects onto ERI. The basic role is for anyone who connects on ERI, and you can connect on ERI using your EU credentials. So if you have EU credentials and you enter into our website, which is eri.eu, when you search for us, eri.eu, as you see it here, you can enter onto our website and you can become, from first registration, a simple user. But if you are not a simple user and you would like to be an active participant in the regional corner, for example, in collaboration areas, in project promotion areas, and you would like to be to have added capabilities, possibilities, we can give you these upgraded capabilities, provided that you send us the role that you would like to use, and you give us the evidence that you represent the project, or that you represent a region, a section, a country of whatever capacity you are. Then we will manage it and you will give you the authority required in order to be able to connect and work through the platform. So this functionality, shall we say, of the ERI platform, it gives a lot of functional areas for you to operate, and we have matchmaking capabilities, we have network possibilities, we have event possibilities, and a lot of other tertiary capabilities that you can use through the platform to manage your work forward. There is a lot for everybody, because it has the many activities that are undertaken within ERI, and there is
accessibility to pan-European database with analytical and exploitable information on smart grid and local energy systems and storage, information about the best practices, research and development sector. It has first-hand insight into interesting smart grid projects, results, ideas, initiatives, exchange to know-how with other research and innovation possibilities and opportunities, access to training material, education material that constantly grows. Because as we said, IRI is not an end, it's the beginning of building this knowledge together and making it available for everybody to use. Also, through IRI platform, you can expect to be able to cross-promote opportunities and capabilities, promote synergies with projects and initiatives, possibility for organizations for low-spending countries and research and innovation communities to collaborate, build work capabilities together. The IRI platform provides policymakers with the capability of defining inefficiencies of research and innovation activities, because we have a lot of reporting capabilities and analytical tools that they can analyze the progress made, gaps that exist, and how these can be enhanced and promoted forward. So, the knowledge area functionality is a strong and versatile search engine where we can type use on the leading documents and forums, and through that be able to trace whatever goes on IRI through a well-structured knowledge area. Linking functionality between available data items enables the simultaneous presentation of projects relevant information, and this has many capabilities of searching, finding, and identifying interesting possibilities and capabilities for you. So there is also a possibility on the IRI platform that we have generated a tool through which we can continuously analyze results of projects, and we can do that through a process that we have built through IRI that evaluates project results and identifies progress made on technology evolution, and also evaluates the degree of maturity of the technologies and what is the maturity index of the system as a whole, but also the maturity of the high-level use cases that ETIPSnet is using for defining the integrated grid of tomorrow. So this, let's say, process is based on the philosophy of the vision of ETIPSnet, the 10-year plan and the implementation plans of ETIPSnet, of how ETIPSnet, you know, if you don't know what ETIPSnet is, the European Technology and Innovation Platform for Smart Networks for the Energy Transition. ETIPSnet, if you search on the web, you will find the web page. It links all the associations and all the experts related to the grid evolution for the low carbon economy of tomorrow. And through this process here, we identify what technologies constitute the integrated grid, how these technologies are linked to the high-level use cases, and how these technologies evolve through the project deliverables and developments. And through a gap analysis, we evaluate progress and we identify gaps and new requirements in research and innovation. And this process goes continuously every year, and through this we can identify and build the work program for research and innovation forward. So here, we offer through this platform, these possibilities, these capabilities, and also we have a specific area on ERI that we can do data analytics. And data analytics are country related or technology related. And so if you would like to search for Lithuania and what projects are happening or developing within Lithuania, you can investigate that. And there is some analytics that can be extracted through the ERI for you and for your own research needs. This process that I have just described, we present it here as a process that will identify all the progress achieved, giving also a maturity level index for the whole system as a whole. So, because the Commission has taken the decision of having the ERI platform as the reference platform, as the single point of reference for knowledge of the Commission, a bridge, and you know, bridge has more than 100 projects now related through the bridge activities. And the bridge is organized by the Commission, and all the projects will be asked to publish all their work, whether it's data, whether it's knowledge, whether it's use cases, or whatever they produce. It will be published through ERI and made available for all researchers in Europe to be accessible and visible and usable. So Bridge has, through this process, a home, and this is called ERI, and through this home, all the projects can promote themselves, their work, their outcome, and they are also given the possibility and opportunity to collaborate through the platform if they choose to. At the moment, we have only one project that came to us for collaboration reasons. The rest are using it just for publishing information, knowledge, results, outcomes, whatever. But we have built through ERI the collaboration area that is capable of giving to stakeholders and projects and to regional representatives the possibility of collaborating and building this forward. And you can see here a detailed mapping of how Confluence and that is connected to ERI can help this growth of collaboration capabilities through ERI. And we fully encourage research and innovation interested parties in countries like Lithuania to come to us and link themselves with ERI and try to build their collaboration capabilities with stakeholders in regions, in countries, within Europe, within projects, to build together and grow stronger together. Anna, I can move it forward if you want.
Move it.
Yes. So the next slide.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Anna Mutele. I'm from Riga, Latvia. I'm working in the State Research Institute in the energy field, Institute of Physical Energetics in Latvia. We are part of this project, but we are at the same time we are the stakeholders of this project. So it is really important for us to have different possibilities to collaborate. Mattia and Venizelos already explained about our approach, and I'm going now to give you a very brief overview of the very important part of the ERI platform, which is related to the regional cooperation. So from the beginning, we had 16 countries, which is less active in R&D activities in the smart grids. And we decided to find a kind of approach for how to organize them, how to synchronize their efforts. And we propose following approach, PANTERA 6+1. So the six it's a desks, and which is actually related to 16 PANTERA countries, and the best practice desk, it's a desk which is dedicated, or maybe even like a collective propose for information of the best practice from not only, let's say, good countries, which is very successful in the project implementation, but at the same time from different countries where you gained a good experience. And maybe we can switch next. The focus in NERI is given on countries. Okay. Yeah, so it's given. This is the country pages. So we have a dedicated page for each country. Each country page is scalable place where different kind of information, static information can be published. Different documents, links, documents for downloading, any experience you want to share. And right now you can find several statistics or several analytics on each country. Next slide. So there's some country highlights also is published right now there. So you can visit, you can log into the ERI page and you can visit your country, and you can actually maybe propose any activity or any discussion on the published information if you are agree or disagree. And we also publishing, as already colleagues said, that we are organizing different workshops on the different levels. And today we are on the workshop dedicated to one country, but we also had a workshop on the related to the Baltic states altogether, and the workshop reports also published on this platform. So you can find the reports, you can see some feedback from the stakeholders from the different countries. You can see also discussions on the gaps and needs. Next slide. Yes, regarding the best practice examples, this is a very important part of our approach, because we think that the best practice is very important, and we are trying to understand how it can be used or can be replicated in other countries. And the information published there related to the different funding mechanisms in the different countries, which is successful, and for instance, sandboxes and some other initiatives. Okay, so the next, another one, very interactive possibility. It's let's say we call it functionality of ERI platform is the Confluence, which is a team workspace linked to European Commission. It's a place for raising discussion with national decision makers, sharing experience and challenges in research innovation, inviting stakeholders to interact more actively. Actually, this Confluence platform can be used within the country, within the desk activities, or even on a higher level. As already Venizelos explained, so we have different kind of access, and if you feel that you want to talk to other 16 PANTERA countries, so you want to share experience with all the countries, so you can have access on this level. Next page. There is we are continuously, during this all 4 years, we continuously been collaborating and discussing gaps, issues, and problems with stakeholders. And we did it through desk surveys, we did it through workshops, and here you can see some results from this interaction. And now I would like to ask you also to do some, I don't know, I would like to ask you to do some task. You can switch. Okay, so I would like to ask you to go to the slido.com I mean, you can use it directly just to use the QR code. And if you're typing slide.com, so hashtag Pantera, you will easily find this survey. There is 2 easy questions which we will ask you to answer, and then we will later on we will share with you results and maybe even try to discuss it with our panelists. Thank you. Okay, I finished it here. There is a question, yes, Tatьяna? There is a question.
Yes, in the chat.
Can you please check? It's okay.
No, it's not.
Oh. There is a question. There is another one just to rate, not to answer even the question, but to rate. It's okay. Yes, you need to. Where is it? Okay, find it and then I'll show.
But it's giving only one. That's why.
In the question and rate.
Just a second. I'll go back.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. If there is any questions, otherwise I will give the floor to the next speaker. Matija, maybe you can introduce.
Yes. So the 3 questions, we can answer them. There is no time limit.
Yes, I would like to introduce now the next speaker is Mek Kalakis, Innovation Project Manager at Lithuania. Please, the floor is yours.
Let's.
So good afternoon, everyone. I know it's nearing the end, so I'll keep it light today. I knew beforehand we're gonna probably be tired of numbers, so I prepared a easy presentation with some pictures. So my name is Mieczysławas. I'm from Litgrid's Innovation Department. I'm a project manager. And in short, what is Litgrid? So we are electricity transmission system operator, or a TSO. We own and maintain over 7,000 kilometers of overhead lines, high voltage overhead lines from 110 to 400 kV, all the associated equipment, transformer stations, substations, converters, etc. We make sure that the electricity flows safely and reliably throughout the country to and from the interconnections with neighboring countries. We balance the frequency by managing the generation of energy based on the required load. We enable the balancing markets within the country, that anyone can join with the correct specifications. And increasingly, more and more importantly, we enable renewable energy system integration, renewable energy sources integration into the grid, and synchronization to the European network and decoupling from the Russian network. Most of you probably heard, last Saturday we had a successful test where we decoupled from the Russian network for the first time ever. Now, speaking of the last points, Litgrid has over 100 strategic projects in its portfolio, around 1 billion value in total. Here are some of the projects that were more interesting maybe to speak up. All of them are to do with synchronization efforts. Projects such as reinforcing hundreds of kilometers of transmission lines, installing new lines, substations, Harmon Link project, which is undersea cable from Lithuania to Poland. Unfortunately, when I was doing these slides, I was still unsure, but on Tuesday we decided to scrap the project due to the estimate growing more than 2 times, from 608 million to 1.6 billion, due to the geopolitical situation and increased interest to build renewable energy systems and into interconnections by other countries. So the prices grew dramatically, but we will start it over again. It's just going to be delayed a bit. Synchronous condensers that manage reactive power, battery parks. There's 4 50-megawatt battery parks in Lithuania placed strategically. Both of these technologies, they help manage, they help ensure system stability. And looking at these projects and some others as well, would we be able to implement them without some kind of collaboration in the mix? I don't think so, personally, because the amount of know-how they require, the amount of expertise, knowledge sharing to produce something new of this scale, especially, no one company can do that, and we all need to have some kind of collaboration efforts. Now, why is collaboration important? As Tadas here mentioned before lunch, similar concepts that we see as well. I think we can all agree that for collaboration to happen, all parties have to benefit in some kind of way, yeah, and not necessarily in a financial way. The lessons that we learn, the technologies we develop, they allow us to grow in one way or another, grow in ways that we haven't had before. More pragmatic points, but also very important, that we can share risks associated with projects. Some are better at coordinating efforts, some are better at bureaucracy, some at technical, etc. So we all do share the effort according to our strengths. And for us, at least, it can help achieve strategic goals, tying back to our previous slide. Now, how do we, as Litgrid, facilitate collaboration? Just some examples from our innovation points of view. So, NSOE is a body that envelops 39 TSOs from 35 European countries. Within the NSOE, a new task force has been started a few years ago, which main aim is to increase collaboration between the TSOs of Europe. I'm personally part of that task force, and a practical example would be we took Horizon Europe future calls. We scanned all the clusters for the next couple of years, 24, 25. We picked out the calls that would be of interest to TSO. Then through the NSOE format, we spread the word. We gathered together groups of TSOs that would be interested to a certain goal. And now we are coordinating efforts to make sure that instead of 2, 3, 4, 5 consortium happening for a certain goal, there would be one, or at most 2. So we reduce the competitiveness by putting together TSOs ahead of time, at least 6 months before the call starts, actually. From our own project portfolio, we had a project we currently still working on it that involves that's coordinated by NSOE. Involves 3 vendors that all each have to develop a software tool that would make use of satellite imaging provided by European Space Agency. And it would automatically identify any changes that happen within the protected zones of transmission lines. Those zones are 40 to 60 meters wide and they span across the whole network. So there's a lot of area to cover. The changes can be vegetation changes, any kind of construction work happening. And what TSOs do, we provide a testing medium, in our example, 500 kilometers of lines that we then go to and check the automated notifications in person. And knowledge sharing happens every couple of weeks, and it's been going on for almost 2 years now, and it's due to finish this year. On the right-hand side, you can see an example of another technology we're developing, we're implementing. It's dynamic line rating, allows us to predict actual line capacity 1 hour, day, 2 days ahead, based on weather forecast. It's not exactly new technology, but it's implementation just kicking off within Europe and the whole world, actually. So we're the first ones in the Baltics, one of the first ones in Europe to implement it. Knowledge sharing events happening all the time. We participating in the questionnaires, been to Slovenia, been to Belgium. Ukraine is also was thinking how to implement this, so we shared experiences. We part of taking part in Horizon Europe projects. At the moment, OneNet is happening, participating. We finished a project just a few years ago called Energy Keeper as well, a Horizon Europe project with the Lithuanian Energy Institute. And so next, speaking about international collaboration is all okay, but also we need to look inside. We need to speak about local collaboration efforts as well, because that's what we operate in. So one of the examples, we built a pilot project, 1 megawatt battery, which we connected directly to transmission grid, one of a kind, and first in Europe actually. And this became basis for implementing the 450 megawatt batteries parks in Lithuania. The lessons learned allowed us to do that. Once we tested it for our own needs, we opened it up to the public, to market parties, research organizations, renewable developers, anyone who would like to use the battery for their needs. So to test the battery. So we already did projects with Ignitis, just finished a 2-week testing session with Green Genius. They are going to be one of the bigger battery developers in Lithuania. Talks with Fusebox, Kaunas University of Technology as well, going to start running tests next month. So also haven't put in here, but just won some funding from iEnergy projects together with a company that would create a tool that would automatically detect any defects on the transmission lines by using LiDAR data, which they gather through sending a drone across the network and scanning everything automatically. Also collaborative agreements with them. So those were my examples of how we do collaboration and from our day-to-day life. Those are my 2 cents on the collaboration. So thank you for listening, and hope you have a good panel later on.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I think that now it's time for Andrea Mora from Sinter to present the outcome of the PANTERA project interaction with the stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Mattia, for the presentation. First of all, I have to mention that it's sort of challenging to have a last presentation during a very long day. because I have a feeling that all the important points have been made and all the necessary questions have been asked already, but we'll try to do our best. For other comments, I'm going to have quite a lot of text in my slides, but it really doesn't matter because probably you're reading faster than I'm talking anyway. And the second point is that we are right after my presentation, we are going to have a roundtable or panel discussion with 3 panelists. So if you have any immediate questions, feedback from my presentation, if you something disagree with, please write it down and we can discuss it during the panel. Okay, so we'll continue with the presentation. You need to put the pointer there. On the left. Where should I put the pointer? No, you put the pointer in the second screen. Okay, there. Oh yeah. Okay, it works now. I will present one of the results in the activity, which is called the identification of gaps and missing subjects in the project. To put it in a very plain way to present, when we started the project some years ago, basically we started on the ground zero. We had ahead of us a list of focus countries, which apparently had less research innovation activities. And we had to find out why, what are the main reasons, what are the main topics to discuss, and how we can improve those. So basically, that's what we have tried to do. Just to remind you again, what are the focus countries in the PANTERA project? This is a list of those. We did several types of activities, and what I'm going to present today is a result or outcomes from a direct interaction with the stakeholders, which we had during the last period of the project. What we ended up with a set of interviews, individual interviews, which actually have been redesigned and modified several times throughout the project, since we were gradually learning things. So those are semi-structured interviews, and we tried to have a broad representation of different types of stakeholders there. As you can see, we tried to combine both academia, DSOs, TSOs as much as we could, vendors, and we had some other representatives, as for example, we had a gentleman represented citizen energy community in one of the countries and so forth. And we tried to have a representation of different focus countries as much as we could. Before going into details, I have to mention some of limitations of the method. First of all, we have a very limited number of interviews and outcomes are rather indicative. And right from the beginning, we agreed that there was no really point to say in this country we have this problem, in this country we have a different problem. We wanted to look at the issues and challenges in a more consolidated way. We wanted to see what are the common elements in the picture and what are the barriers, what are the challenges which we could address later on. Another thing, it's rather peculiar, but when I showed you a list of stakeholders which we have interviewed, in practice it appears that people, they have had several positions in their career. Sometimes they have worked in different countries. And if you have a gentleman who works today for interest organization, it appears that before he worked for a TSO, and even though he says, I'm going to speak on behalf of my existing occupation, it's actually sooner or later it comes into the picture that he represents a sort of more his whole life experience. So also showing distribution among stakeholders, it's not exactly correct here. There is, of course, a certain level of personal opinions which are presented in the interviews. People have opinions. Of course, we could not have any statistical analysis here. And finally, we conducted interviews strictly compliant with the terms of GDPR. And this means that in practice, we could not trace answers to specific people, and we could not trace answers to specific companies as much as possible. So this also brings some limitations. Okay, starting with the first point, we were asking people, or I have to explain, because as you know, smart grids in general, smart grids technology, it's not an ultimate goal itself, right? Probably with exception of smart metering. Otherwise, smart grids as a technology is some kind of tool which we are applying to resolve some kind of existing challenges in a cost-efficient and less painful way compared with other methods. So basically what we did, we asked stakeholders, what kind of challenges do you see around you, which may bring necessity for introduction of smart grid technologies in the close future. So that's, well, we have different opinions here. But what we got, sort of more consolidated view, if you try to approximate a bit. So we have this list, and absolutely on the top of the list, the answer is a massive introduction of distributed renewable energy sources, which is the main challenge for the countries. This is what actually requires smart grids. And the second point, also deployment of electric mobility, especially in the major European cities, not only personal transport, but also public transport. And especially people from these souls from Southern Europe, they were really very concerned about this, because bringing new lines, bringing several megawatts of power into city centers, sometimes historical city centers, it's going to be challenging. The third one, this is basically a result of recent European directives, as Internal Electricity Market Directive, which brought or introduced several new actors. Those actors are citizens' energy communities, active customers, and many other things. The result is a growing necessity for consumers' empowerment and engagement. This is also a major concern. Next, necessity to improve economics within the power sector, making it more targeted and to facilitate reliability and security of energy supply. And the final is optimal use of the existing assets and avoiding stranded assets. And by the way, it's not entirely correct to say it, but also by stranded assets, it also sometimes meant technical expertise from people. Probably we are going to touch it a bit later on today. Some more specific issues, because of course we have different countries, 16 of them, and in some cases we have isolated systems. First of all, it is related to physical islands, as for example geographic islands, I would say. As for example, case of the Greek islands, some of them they are isolated from the main grid. In addition, we have Malta, which also pointed this out, and also we have Ireland, with actually in one way it is an island itself, but also it has a synchronous system, which has a very limited connection. So it brings some technical issues into the picture, and they have to deal with those issues there. And in some countries, we have a very visible legacies from the past. Power systems were initially developed as a part of a bigger energy system. In some cases, we have a predominance of some type of generation, for example, based on certain fossil fuels, and this also brings some new elements in the picture. Next question. Technical priorities for smart grid technologies. We asked people what are the priorities. And again, I have to explain, because here we had several modifications in a way. Firstly, we showed people basically a list of different technologies, a list of taxonomies developed by ATPSnet. This is a really very good list. More or less all smart grid technologies are there. The result was a bit confusing because people were selecting everything. If you ask someone what kind of technology do you want to have, people say everything. They do not exclude things. Then we realized that it's not the selection, but rather a roadmap for implementation of technologies was important here. So we started to ask what should be the priority, this implementation of smart grid technologies in your country. Then again, they got different answers, but if we try to extrapolate a bit and make some shortcuts, here is the list. Observed on the top is advanced metering infrastructure is a mandatory enabler of the next steps. Respondents are saying we need to have AMI to go any further. We need to have a better knowledge about the distribution system, and we need to enable final users or end users to exercise the available demand response, and we need to build them according to the actual consumption. The second priority is enabling observability and controllability functions for DSOs. Again, this is a necessity based on the previous AMI. If you have AMI, you can take a step further and you can use better possibilities to observe the system and to control the distribution network. The third priority was enabling flexibility in big data technologies for enhancing the planning and operation of the grid. And those were the three main. In the very same slide, you can see technical barriers here. And this was actually kind of surprising because we expected to have a bit more technical barriers, but people will mention actually quite few of them. The first one was very strong concern about standardization issues. Someone called the standardization issues a main showstopper for implementation of smart grid technologies and called for more research activities in this area. And the last thing is also can be considered as a technical barrier is a potential lack of technical expertise in the close future. I have to explain this because it has been mentioned that during recent years, we had a very strong focus on ICT technologies. People started to educate ICT engineers, and somehow it came on the first place, and we are forgetting about electric power engineers. And someone said that this may be really an issue in the very close future. The same issue with slightly different reason is that it has been mentioned that in some countries has been experienced so-called the brain drain. People actually with technical expertise, they're moving out of the countries. Now we start to move to a non-technical part. This is the part which was introduced after we have worked with a direct interaction for a while. We realized that it was necessary to focus on non-technical part as well. So we asked about incentives for involvement into research and innovation activities, because we know that several countries have specific support schemes for different actors, including industrial actors, to work with research and innovation. And those schemes are very different. It can be tax breaks, tax credits. Very common when it comes to system operators, which are regulated national monopolies, to have some breaks into their regulation, actually stimulating them to spend more money into research and innovation without actually losing their incomes. And by the way, this is a rather political issue. We know that Euroelectric works with it. They made several reports. They made benchmarking studies. So actually, it's not something new. But what we learned that apparently it's a very different practice across the countries. And some of the respondents, they said that they didn't know anything about things like this existing. And several actually pointed out that it's necessary not to establish an incentive, but also to make incentive more focused. Incentive has to be aligned with priorities in research and innovation activities and comply with the national environmental climate plans. One more non-technical thing, surprisingly many respondents, they mentioned that the existing market design is obsolete. And it's a good news that actually it's old news, because what we know, proposal for market reform is already on the table. It has a public consultation as we speak. But when actually we were doing this interaction, this was not the case yet. But we knew already then that it was indication that we had to do something with the existing market setup, because we had a need for technology neutral markets. And the present market design for electricity trading was based on marginal production costs, and with a sufficient share of renewables. It's not exactly correct to use the same approach anymore, because renewables, they have a very high capital expenditures and lower, sometimes non-existing operational expenditures, probably except in the cost of capital. And the market design for flexibility product is still missing. Very few of any flexibility markets operation. So this was a feedback which we received. Some other non-technical issues. It was raised by several respondents, national legislations as actually a barrier, because it was mentioned that several countries, they have a rather slow transposition of European directives, international legislations. And this brings several unfortunate consequences, because by the end of the day, the main goals become slightly different compared with ever-increasing pan-European goals, and the gap is bigger, getting bigger and bigger, and this process actually can accelerate. Also, it was mentioned the necessity to have a more efficient and operational sandboxes in the member states. And again, we have recently learned that the Commission is doing something about it, and we know that this process is ongoing as we speak. But during our interaction, this was mentioned as a challenge. Some more practical things that were mentioned. It was mentioned as a part of the national decision-making and financing. Some of the countries have rather high level of bureaucracy combined with low digitalization, which gives, both of them give delays in granting approvals and permissions for research and innovation projects. National funding programs in some countries have very complicated and sometimes contradicting structure and demanding application procedures at national levels. And finally, it was mentioned that it's necessary to change mindset both at industry and customer side. So the new technology will be selected instead of conventional. So those was not technical part. Yeah. Also, we have some points which were raised regarding national contact points. Unfortunately, Aurelia has already left the meeting. I hope that we could discuss this. Because as it was correctly mentioned earlier today, the European Commission defines a set of minimum standards for NCPs, and gives member states freedom to adapt and extend the NCP's role according to their national circumstances. So basically, member states, they are allowed to shape the mandate of NCPs as they find necessary. And again, from all the interactions which we have not received one single negative answer saying that NCP is doing a poor job. No, they're doing a good job, no doubt about it. However, it was mentioned that maybe we should try to reconsider the role of NCPs, what are they doing to modify it somehow. We have received several comments, several proposals. It was mentioned that in general, NCPs, they are focusing more or less exclusively on support related to preparation of proposals and the initiation of the projects. But all the research colleagues sitting here, you know that it's not the most difficult part, because the most difficult part is actually to accomplish a project. And sometimes it's European projects are not very easy, both because they're very ambitious, it can be very demanding consortia, it can be very demanding administrative procedures, and sometimes can be very demanding project officers. So this is also the part where companies need support. So this is probably a potential area of activities for NCPs. Also, it was mentioned that it could be modification of the existing scope of support services. They can be a bit more proactive, and they can be a bit more focused on specific technical areas. As I mentioned before, supporting administrative and reporting tasks. And also it was mentioned that the NCPs will function much better if they are duly and constantly updated about the ongoing status for research and innovation activities in their respective countries. We also discussed that every platform as such could have had an NCP corner, actually, which could be used of national contact points. One more thing, it's a bit outside this discussion or these interactions which we had, but we also, in this project, we have looked at best practices. Basically, we looked at how to overcome barriers. And what we are saying is that there are some ways to do things better, and you can consider if it's suitable for you, if it's not. And here we refer to experience with, for example, in Nordic countries, which has been mentioned by Peter, that we have several, for example, financing models, which are, as for example, commonly financed research innovation activities, very often coordinated by industrial association, where several DSOs, vendors, sometimes they pool resources together and they try to solve some specific challenge in their system. Also, we understand that it's one of the issues is to connect research environment with industrial environment. And here where we have a mixed finance of research innovation, when we have governmental grants with a certain share and certain share of industrial grants. And in one way, the government ensures that it will be sufficient level of research, and industrial participation ensures that it will be sufficient level of applicability. Those problems should be real, those problems should be applied. One more thing, regional cooperation. We are going to discuss it a bit further in the panel, but regional cooperation allows more efficient replication of technologies and knowledge transfer among countries. Again, we can refer to Nordic countries, where we have decades, actually quite many of them, of successful cooperation between Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. Actually, Iceland as well, always forgetting about Iceland. And the creation of regulatory sandboxes as a best practice. And in many ways, actually, it's sometimes what we learned, it's not forbidden to establish a regulatory sandbox, but just sometimes it's such a level of bureaucracy that it's very demanding to do it. So best practices, it's one of the parts of ERI platform. And finally, I wanted to show once again ERI platform. This is one of the main outcomes from a PANTERA project. This is what we have actually created, and we would like to invite all of you to ERI platform. So this was my very last slide, and if you have any questions, please keep them, because we are going to have a panel discussion right now. Okay, thank you. So I think the next step will be, I will invite the three panelists. Please, gentlemen, please come here. Yes, we have ahead of us, a bit more than half an hour. First of all, thank you very much for joining today's panel. We have several microphones to share, and I would like to present you, because first panelist we have already seen, he had presentation some minutes before. His name is Mieczyslavas Kaulakis, Innovation Project Manager at Litgrid. We have with us Rolandas Urbanas, Senior Research Associate, Lithuanian Energy Institute. And the final panelist is Vytenis Barkauskas, Head of Energy Security and Innovations at Lithuanian Energy Agency. So we have a very strong technical expertise in today's panel. So first question would be probably, do you have any immediate reactions to the presentation which has been mentioned? Do you agree with things? Do you disagree with things? Do you find something? What are your impressions? Someone start?
I think I like your point that smart grids is not in itself a goal. A lot of people don't realize that it's an enabling tool that stems from the necessity for us to, for the future of energy, for the future of the world, needs smart grids towards the amount of renewables, flexibility markets, the balance in the markets. It's going to be stabilized the grid so much that with the current technologies, we just won't be able to keep up. And dispatch center is already struggling to manage the load, to balance it. And the future is going to be just harder. So we are developing technologies themselves as tools that will allow us to automatically manage renewables in the country, because we're increasing them sixfold in the next 10 years or so. So, and the technologies that are being developed, yes, so that was a good point to make.
Yes, thank you. Any reflections from your side?
If I may, well, at the in the morning, I have discussed with a colleague of mine how we collaborate with our neighbors. Well, we have a very good format, Nordic Energy Research Program, where we are part of that, and that collaboration, as far as I see, as far as I know, is quite good. But when we have in mind the collaboration between only Baltic states, then the question arises, do we have good examples? And another question is, how come we are not so well collaborating with our neighbors? Probably a bit further than neighbors are much better. Just the rhetorical question.
Any reflections from the audience?
Question to the audience, yeah.
Any reflections from you, Thomas?
I think I have a couple of them. So one is basically that actually all those innovations which are needed in smart grids, I think, especially in the past year, 2025 to 2022, I think we got the right focus on that during those years, because before that it was like, okay, at some point renewables will come, and now we definitely see them booming because of many reasons, but then integration and the smart grids and smart metering, especially, for example, in Lithuania, we now have, I think, a very intense program of installation of smart meters. So they will be very important, the innovations in smart grids. Another thing totally unrelated to that, so basically about the financing mechanism of innovations. So I got this experience from my previous experience with research. I was just starting as a new postdoc in Sweden, and then people were asking me, "Oh, do you know any funds to apply for research and so for innovation?" But okay, maybe some European funds. And then people in Sweden, they say, no, it's too much bureaucratic project management burden over there. So maybe it might be another issue for people who are not probably applying when we have the amount of money and the administrative burden, not the technical one, is somehow not balanced, I would say. But the two reactions coming in this.
To answer Rwanda's, or not to answer to Edward maybe, why we probably Rwanda is lacking collaboration efforts in between the Baltic countries. Is that correct? That's what you mean. I think it stems from the historical fact from energy perspective. With how do each country make their energy? Estonians have plenty of generation. Latvians strong interconnection to Russia. We are as well, as Lithuanians, are kind of the bottom, touching the rest of Europe. Poland, for example, that's why Poland is a strategic partner for Lithuanian regarding future of energy, because we already have an interconnection. Another was planned with one undersea. Then we have one with Sweden. Okay, so with also the rest of Europe, we want some more interconnection, obviously, but maybe Norway and Vilnius. So I think it stems from history, and but the rest of the Baltics are catching up. We see, we announced that we can have all of our energy made from renewable sources in less than 2 decades. Okay, 100% solar, 100% wind, and 100% batteries. Regarding the capacity of the lines, bold statement, first in the world to do that, based on the Lithuanian Energy Institute study, actually, so based on science. But the rest of the Baltics are catching up. Latvia is looking towards increasing batteries, storage capacities inside the grid. Already contacted us on multiple occasions. Estonia as well has a lot of offshore potential. They are going to move away from the conventional ideas pretty soon in the end. But at the moment, as Roland has mentioned, collaboration efforts are slim.
Actually, I have 2 comments from my side. Actually, 1 comment and 1 question. Because one thing, initially we have chosen regional approach as the main approach in PANTERA project, and it turned out that actually the choice was correct, but this was not so simple as we expected probably. This required some effort, and if we look again, starting to look, why does it work so well in Nordic countries? Actually, we see that it actually did not come by itself, even though sharing the common energy system, which used to be Nordel. If you look at this, it was sufficient political effort on the highest level. It was Nordic Council of Ministers, quite active in this field, probably from 70s, if not before. So basically, this is a visible result of quite a long process. So it actually takes a while, I think, to develop such a collaboration. But from the position where you are today, what would you think? Should it be the ultimate goal to work closer with the neighboring countries, or should you look a bit towards Nordic countries or the whole Europe? What your current impression? What can you learn from your neighbors? What can you deliver to your neighbors?
Yes, I think just from our perspective that, again, from the TSL, energy and everything has energy. So from the perspective of the future, we don't want to go away from the Russians. So we have to be stronger just for that, stronger together. And we have to collaborate. There cannot be a direct no from somebody in the region, regardless how much you don't like each other. Ivan mentioned the Balkans, so there's slim chances of cooperating together. But no, there's a lot of research efforts happening separately. You know, Slovenians are very active in research and development in the energy field. So if there was a need, you could do that, I think. You could collaborate, you could achieve a lot together. Same here in the Baltics, we could achieve together a lot because we already, the way balancing happens in the Baltics, every 3 months, Lithuania is balancing all of the Baltics. Then the next month is Latvia, then Estonia, then again Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. We already have a common playground, so to speak. So we could do a lot if politics and needs allow what needs to happen, I think.
No, thank you. Any comments from your side?
I'm not such an optimist, just well. So I think it's usually I'm somewhere in between you and him, because I think it really takes time, and we have all those different interests, and sometimes we do not understand actually the interests of other neighboring countries, especially in the field of energy. We sometimes do not understand why they are not acting fast, acting brave. So from our point of view, it's a necessity, I think, and then sometimes we don't understand. So we have several, I think, projects in the field of energy which turn to be successful, but we have to implement it by ourselves here. And well, that's the question for our neighbors. And we probably don't understand their motivation, but we have to do that. And they have to communicate it clear as well. So this is the matter of understanding and the matter of time.
Well, Lithuania, as well as other two Baltic states, are small, also in Europe and in the world. I don't believe that Chinese would recognize where is those countries and what are those about. So even taking that point, working all together, sometimes Baltic is too little, Nordic Baltic in cooperation. One hand, that the way is not easy, probably also is clear. Nordic countries started 20-30 years earlier than we started to collaborate, to talk to each other. There were attempts, but probably we need to do that harder and faster, because time is running and then world is changing every year or even every day faster than we are expecting and we believe about that. And only with all those efforts, because we will soon have my projection, bad projection, that we will soon have shortage, lack of technical people. Soon we will have lack competence, and pulling the competence people, funding all together. Potentially, not necessarily, but potentially we could reach some good results that could be an example to others.
Any comments from the audience? Does anyone want to, please?
If I can comment, we always felt that regions, they have a reason to cooperate, because they have, let's say, the environment which is closer to their everyday practices and capabilities. And we know that Europe is trying to go collectively forward. So for us, anticipating that regions will look at it in a stronger way because of more related or more commonalities in their everyday activities and their everyday resource availability or easier to create common approaches in certain things. We always, let's say, have a feeling that neighboring countries can build on their strengths together faster and in a stronger way to the difficulties that they face within the interconnected Europe, which the interconnected Europe wants Europe to go, let's say, collectively forward and not leaving anyone behind. This is what really is. Leaving no one behind means a lot. Now, whether we agree with the fact or not, that's another issue. But running a transmission system, not because you have a transmission engineering here, running a transmission system that serves efficiently, effectively the needs of all three countries. That when you look together here, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, for example. I see there a lot of pluses in running together these interconnected grids and assisting each other in optimize cost and availability of resources. I mean, we are small countries, we are not very big. I mean, a transmission system for I don't know how many millions of these countries, but less than 1 million people is less than the big country. We are talking about, let's say, an optimal way of looking at transmission system. I am also a power engineer. I worked for the Lithuanian cycle for 33 years. I was the executive manager of transmission and distribution in my country. So I know very well. I know what it means to have a transmission system. So what is your opinion? Don't you think that there are a lot of things to share and work together? Oh, sorry.
Well, definitely. I'm an optimist in the future. Because I have to be an innovator. So I want to have strong politics, but we all do. If you ask anyone from the graduates, we all want to have that. We will do what's necessary, however, to ensure stability of Lithuania, obviously. We're joining Europe now in next year. So whatever happens. Strong Baltics is the best, is good for everyone, the whole Europe. Strong energetically means strong politically as well. Together, energy is talking points in everyone's lives. So politics as well. And if we can agree on energy ideas regarding energy security and transmission, so I think we can agree on a lot of other things. So all in all, I do hope we get a strong politics in regards to energy transmission system.
I also have a comment from my side because I have an impression really looking at examples of regional cooperation. I have an impression that you're going more technical. You need more proximity with people you're talking together. For us, apart from for Nordic countries, apart from general very good cooperation for all the years, it was very visible when we had installation of automatic metering systems some years ago. Because what happened, it was Sweden who was forerunner. I think it was around 2007, 2008 when they decided first to install those. And frankly speaking, they did a lot of mistakes, of course, because they were the first one. But at the very same time, they learned a lot of things. They have developed a lot of things. They developed their coalitions among DSOs, which are making together specification, making together purchase procedures, arranging together logistics, many practical things. We invited DSOs from Sweden to share their opinion about things. And what we learned by the end of the day, some of this experience, they were replicated in Norway some years afterwards when it came the time for Norway to implement AMI. The experience from Sweden was there, and some of the vendors there were there, and some of the installation crews even were applied used from there. So this was, I would say, this was a replicability, more or less perfect demonstration of advantages of replicability of when you take experience from your neighbor and actually you apply it. So this is a very technical thing.
We are running close to our finishing line. The last comments.
Gentlemen, would you like to make any last comments?
Yeah, maybe they can tell us every issue.
Probably we have to talk much more than we do now. We remember, let's say, those war times, the resistance when we couldn't tell anything to our enemy, probably around us, well, except very few are friends. So more talks, more understanding of each other, and probably we can reach the goal much faster and cheaper.
I think my main point here is regarding energy transformation that's already here, and I think we still do not understand that yet, because lots of transformation happened last year, lots of happening now in the energy field, negative prices and so on, and we will have lots of innovations, smart grids and so on, in order to balance our energy system. That will be a very interesting year upcoming, up to 2030. Yeah, hell of a ride. Yeah.
Similar thoughts regarding the future. It's way different than 10 years ago. 10 years from now is going to be different from now, and all the change that's happened in distributed generation and all the new markets coming in. Hope we manage to find solutions in time. That are going to be good enough. In engineering terms, good enough is what we need, at least to start with. Yeah, through cooperation, regional, national, international, thing, I hope we reach that goal in the end.
Anyone else would like to have a wish?
No, I do not have a wish, but I have actually results from the slide. It's full. You need to put in the other side. There is no. Okay, it's another camera. It's this one. Which one is the correct one? Yes, here it is. Put in full screen. No. Here, full screen. Up. Yep. Yeah. Okay, sorry, it was a technical delay. So here are the results from the Slido session which we had. The first question, what do you think are the most important reasons for lower research innovation activities in your country in smart grid storage and local energy systems? Choose 3 of the following reasons that suit best your case. So we have actually quite a distribution. No adequate funds and national calls, 40%. Low priority in your country policies and the specific teams, 40%. A lack of country of region-specific teams in the region, country, and the region competitive advantage, 27%.
Sorry, I think you're not sharing this. Yep.
Yeah, and the last 2, Horizon Europe is too competitive and more advanced countries have advantage, 60%. This is actually on the top of the list. No access to matchmaking platforms to promote our competencies, also 40%, and others 0. Okay. And the last question was, are there any mechanisms supporting the initiation and completion of RNI projects funded under EU or regional programs? How do you rate support services provided by national institutions, agencies? And on the left-hand side, not helpful at all. On the right-hand side, extremely helpful. So we have actually at Region 4, we have 60%. And actually, I think it's a fairly very positive result. It's a very positive in general. So now I think we are finished with our part.
Unless someone wants to hear the result.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, gentlemen, thank you very much for the discussion. Thanks.
Yeah. Hope we get rid of this.
Yes. Yes.
Infatti, ecco. Oh, good, great. So we will close this interesting conference now, but I wish to close it in the broader context of the widening workshops that we have been organizing in the last year and a half, and then also the workshops that have preceded it. So what emerged clearly in this discussion and also the pool that we have seen here, that there are different opinions why the European 13 countries are lagging behind. Different opinions when it comes to those, that are working very much on these topics and the people that actually live in this country. So let's say the people that work in Brussels and the people that work in, let's say, in Lithuania, but also in Croatia, and Romania, and Bulgaria. I will start with the proactive statements. The European 30 countries joined the European Union in 2004. So next year is going to be 20 years they have joined the Union, except then Bulgaria, Romania, and Croatia. So 11 out of 14 countries joined the Union 20 years ago. And we cannot say that we are satisfied about the progress made. Sure, there is some nice progress, depends on how country to country, but when it comes to the aspects today we are here, we cannot be, let's say, satisfied. There are many differences between the European 14 countries, so of Europe, and European 13 countries. Let's just think what kind of progress has been made from 45 to 65, or from 65 to 85 from the previous century. the huge progress of all the countries. So the 13 countries, something really it's not working. So there are, in my opinion, huge structural challenges that limits the participation of European 30 countries in different, let's say, normative frameworks, such as the set plan, but not just the set plan, and in the financial schemes as a Horizon Europe, but not only Horizon Europe. So what we try to do is to understand a bit better what are the root causes and what can be the, let's say, the way to move forward. And what PANTERA SUPEERA did, we just took a look superficially, because what is really clear that we need to have a better and structural approach for each of the country. Let's say one solution will not fit all 13 countries, because again, there are many different aspects. But the structural changes are common almost to all of them, which can be the poor alignment of national agendas with European ones. You say that there is maybe, overcomplicated or over-demanding being part of the Horizon Europe and of the set plan, but also we can argue vice versa, that the national funds can be better manipulated and having easy access to them. So this can be also one of the explanations. The other one is that there should be better ties at the national level. This is true between different stakeholders. So it means academia in the first place, but also then the people in charge of bringing closer the European policies, which are NECPs in the first line, but also other ministries, and top of this industry. So if industry doesn't see interest what the research is doing, then also the fund will be limited. What makes it more successful about the countries, though, with respect to others, it's intra-regional cooperation, which means, let's say, micro-regional, Baltic countries cooperation. This proves quite successful, and I think that this can be replicated to the rest of Eastern European countries, namely to Balkans. And what is also needed to let's say, to ease a bit the structural barriers is to foster networks at European level. So not only being part of ERA, but also being part of alike associations, which, as numbers show, just not so, it's not political statement here, it's rather statistical proof that these associations and these kinds of network bring much more funds and are successful in capturing all that is for capturing funds needed for the execution of national strategies, but also the European one. And of course, to be able to do that, so to foster this collaboration, different geographical levels, national, regional, and European, each of the countries should work on building capacities. First of all, R&I capacities, which are there. So maybe also thinking how to stop this the huge emigration from young researchers toward the European 40 countries, and also working on some administrative capacities. Now, in any case, what is important, in my opinion, that there is, a major push also from the research community towards the governments, because again, all of us, I'm talking about European third countries, including Croatia. We joined 20 years ago, Croatia 10 years ago, and the progress is there, but not sufficient to move forward. We hope that the European Commission will grant Professor Eftimio and maybe our community with another grant that will deal with more structural approach for the countries that we have touched upon. I would like to thank you very much, and I'm very happy that we have started doing physical workshops and that we are concluding workshops in one of the Baltic countries, which proved to be an excellent host, but beyond that, to prove to be excellent people to talk about, that offered very interesting insights. And I can tell you honestly, it's not a secret, way better than than other European third countries that we have visited, besides of course Cyprus of Professor Eftimio. So I would like to thank you very much also on the people online, and hope to see you soon in some other and better circumstances. I would just final event, yes. Well, SUPEERA will have a final event in Madrid on the 14th of June. So it's everybody, it's around the Iberian Peninsula. It's welcome to join. Otherwise, you can join online. And Pantera will have it on the 19th. Yeah, 19th in Brussels. So you are very much welcome to join. It's going to be hybrid also, not Pantera. Yes. Good. Of course, physical is preferred. Now, yes, this is the last one. Of course, the last information is the most important one. We have some drinks there, and you at home, offer yourself some nice, whatever you have in your fridge, and talk to you soon. Have a nice afternoon/evening. Bye bye.